A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes.
Have you heard it enough? I think we did. We are live talking about Canada question period. We catch up to things we may have missed while we talked about censorship. We will talk about censorship again, but later in this stream. How are you, Dragon?
I'm good. Not doing too bad myself.
Amazing.
Just as I said.
What about you, Miss Sparkle? How are you?
I'm okay. Could be better. I've been live a lot lately, though. I say that much.
Amazing. So now we will talk about something before we react to all of that. I will explain a few things that are going on as of right now. Carney is trash at negotiating, and Doug Ford, a stupid, fake conservative from a provincial level, did an ad crying and whining about tariffs, and he sent that ad in the USA as propaganda tool to stop Trump from using the tariffs. And the backlash, well, Trump closed the door on negotiation, and of course, in good liberal fashions, we got Mark Carney that dodges accountability. He doesn't know the meaning of that word. So this is what's going on right now. He blames the provincial guy, even if he had seen that video before it being revealed to the USA.
Who did you say was the provincial guy? I swear to
Doug
her.
Ford. Doug Ford.
Is he the brother of the crackhead?
I don't know, but I know he's a bad guy that
Mm-hmm.
pretends to be freaking conservative, but he's not. He's just a liberal in disguise.
No, there was another famous Mayor Ford that was a rampant drug user for a while.
It's not the same. It's not the same. As much as I hate Doug Ford, it's not him. But
it's not his brother?
I don't know. But again, I think Doug Ford is stupid. We lost a negotiation, and now it looks grim. It looks very bad. And if we look at a lot of the polls, the numbers are dropping. Liberal support is falling apart. And I bring this up because it's very important. Here in Canada, we got a minority government. So that means they don't have enough seat to be the majority. And that means we can go into a new election at any time before the 4-year mandate because it's a minority. Like, if enough votes in the House of Commons are done, we go to a new election. And like the specific detail on how to vote in the parliament are quite complicated, but usually what's going on, if they pass some bills or if there's a big bill the government want to get through, he needs to ask the opposition if they want to support it or not. And if there's more support against something, and I will give a great example. We have a budget coming on very soon. And that budget is very important because if not enough people support that budget in the House, it's a non-confidence vote. So that means the House will have lost the faith in the government. And that means we go into a new election. So how would that happen? Well, they push the budget. When the budget is revealed to everyone, then they ask to the people inside that room, who vote yes, who vote no. And if there's more no than yes, the budget fails. And because the budget is important and it's pushed by the government, that means the government is overthrown and we go to an election. But if we get enough yes, if we get more yes than no, then the government stay in power and stays in place. So the idea there is, if you got a minority government like right now, when you are the government in place, because you don't want a new election, you will try to make amends with the opposition. You will ask each parties, what do you want in the budget, so I can include it so you can say yes. And they didn't do that. And what they want to do, because they know their number are falling, they know it's now or never, so they scare monger, they fear monger, and they say the opposition will never accept our budget, and they pretend they have talked to the opposition. So that's a big mess. So maybe
Sounds like
we will have a Christmas election. Finger crossed we don't, because here's the thing. If Carney secures a deal despite the Doug Ford drama, he will have a freaking majority government. And if he gets a majority, it's utter disgust. This is the end of Canada, and I will move elsewhere. You think I'm joking? I don't. If that guy gets a majority, this is the end of free speech. Like the last 2-3 weeks where we talked about censorship and that kind of stuff, if Carney gets a majority, he will bulldozer all of these dangerous laws, and the opposition won't be enough to stop it. So I'm very scared this is what's going on, and we get the budget next Tuesday. So
You say you get a budget.
no, they need to. If they don't, what happens is it will look very bad on Carney, and not only it will look very bad, that will be weaponized by the opposition. So that will damage that government even more than it's already been damaged. Because again, I'm telling you, their numbers are dropping. That's why they would like to trigger an election soon, because maybe with a good campaign they can bring back some numbers, and if they do, they'd end up with a majority. But again, if they don't produce that budget Tuesday, it's going to be very bad for the Liberals, because they keep promising it, and it's something that's kind of part of our system for centuries. Because again, I'm telling you, like, that budget can be something that cause new elections. That's why it's important.
Oh, I see.
By the
And-
way, he is the nephew of Rob Ford, the crackhead mayor,
Oh,
as
amazing.
well as Doug, as well as the brother from Toronto.
So
So
perfect.
good,
Now,
good luck to you.
Perfect.
But I was correct. By the
Yeah.
way, yeah, I was like,
You were
I was like, and Ford sounds familiar because he is related to the famous cracked out mayor that we heard about.
you don't want to be known as that guy. But yeah, so that's what's going on. It's a mess right now. The Liberals are really bad, and they fearmonger people, and they use Trump as a big boogeyman. And with that being said, Dragon, we will cover first October 6th question period. And
You want 6, 7, and 8 first?
yeah, 6, 7, and 8. Yeah. And so if it's the first time of any viewer at some point, if it's your first time here, I will explain what question period is. The opposition asks question to the government in place. And the idea of the government is to answer it, but because they're liberals and they dodge accountability, they don't really answer it. They gaslight and they lie. So this is the idea of question period. And why do we react to it? Why do we talk about that? Well, it's to debunk the lie and the gaslight. It's one factor. The second thing we address in these question period is politics in general. Like, question period is something that politics fanatic in Canada watch, because that's how they see who is in the House of Commons, who make the law, who is the government, basically. So it's some kind of selling tool for every member. Like, if you're an elected member in Parliament and you have your time in question period, your point as the opposition is to tell the government does this wrong, and if you're the government in place, it's to prop up the government and defend the government. So it's just a way for the people to see who they are voting for, basically.
How often
And
do you guys do election stuff? Like, I swear we just talked about election stuff.
I mean, they can
Yeah,
do special
that's
elections.
that's because
They're a parliamentary system.
yeah, but again, what I said about minority, like, usually a government is 4 years, but in a minority case,
Okay.
it's rare it lasts 4 years, because
Oh, okay.
if the government lose its fate, or if I should say, if the opposition lose the faith in the government, they can trigger election. So that's what's going on. That's why the budget is so important, because the opposition can blast the government in place by saying, "Oh, you spend too much," or you spent this, but we wanted that, and they use that budget against the government. And there are other ways, like if, for example, the government decides to like have several laws in one bill, then it goes to a vote, and then if the opposition says no, and the opposition win that vote, basically it can end the government and we go into a new election. Like really, the only case where we really have 4 years is if the governing party is a majority. If they are a minority, it's rare we go through 4 years. It's rare because it's a minority, and the point of the opposition is to destroy the government in place, and it's also to gain seats. So for example, next spring, if everything goes well, next spring we will have a proper election if things go well, because if we get an election before Christmas, things won't be good, because the liberal may end up with a majority, and we don't want that. But again, if we have a spring election, what will happen? Well, they will have a full year of nothing happened, because that's a liberal and they don't do anything. So people will stop voting for them, because this is exactly what will happen, you know. And what's going on is, under Justin Trudeau, his first mandate was a majority, so it lasted 4 years. But then every other government after that, even if that was Trudeau, he lost a lot of seats. So they had several elections, like between 2019 and 2025, we had 3 elections, because the opposition kept triggering election because they didn't trust the government, and they wanted to gain seats. And this is basically what will happen until we get a new majority. And once we get a majority at some point, then it will be 4 years. And finger crossed, it's a conservative majority. That's the only way we will save Canada. If it's a liberal majority, it's the end. It's easy. Because they destroy, like, they have no diplomacy. They destroy our economy, and they push for heavy censorship, as you have heard and seen by yourself in the last 3 weeks, because we did cover a lot of censorship. We will cover a bit of censorship at the end of this stream again, but this is the liberal that are pushing that. And the only reason why C8 and C9 are not in place right now, it's because the opposition does its job and they say, no, we need to talk about it. We need to tear apart the law and remove the very dangerous component and make it like not as dangerous as it is right now. So that's the job of the opposition, is to either overthrow the government or keep the power in check. And as of right now, the opposition does its job. And I think if they are smart, they will vote the budget only to make sure we don't go into a Christmas election, because a Christmas election is a bloodbath and not a good one. If we get a spring election in the other end, it will be a bloodbath, but a good one, because this will be the end of the liberals. Cannot wait for them to get thrown out. I hate them.
So actually, the problem is, under a parliamentary system, you can kind of have recall elections, but it doesn't always mean you're going to get them. Yeah. Which the problem itself is, what you're going to find is everyone misunderstands. See, the Weimar Republic, largely, yes, Hitler was a minority, but actually have enough seats to gain control. The problem is, in a parliamentary government, you do have that. Now, the problem with you guys is you got 5 flavors of liberalism.
4 conservative or center right.
Okay, well, okay. The best, as I've said, is your conservatives are what we call social conservatives, but then again, what works in America necessarily doesn't work for you guys, which is fine. That
Because
is
if we had really a far right party that actually we do have two far right party.
what would you
One never
call
ever
far right?
held a seat, and the other one, the best they could do is one seat when they were created like 4 years ago, because people thought that they would be a better conservative government, but
Well,
no, not really.
well, if you want to go by American standards, we would call that the religious right. That's the thing about them. They are not exactly going to be your. They're like your secular people more than they are your other. But the problem itself is you hope you have that, because what I see in your politics is what's not paralyzed America, but it's on a smaller scale where it's easier for it to be a pain in the ass for you guys, but in reality, it's also more paralyzing because what makes you have like that rule by you think okay, your government is utterly like here we have elections every 2 and 4 years. Congress is like every two, stuff like that.
Here
So
it depends. If it's in a minority, it's unstable. You're right, but the moment you have a majority, it's really 4 years.
I don't really
Uh,
understand what that means. I'm sorry. I'm trying to
okay, in the
understand.
U.S., you know how
So
we
I will
have
explain how
Okay.
in better words. So
Okay.
the House of Commons has
Mm.
343 elected members. So
Okay.
these are politicians. And what happens is a government is formed when one of the parties in place get a certain amount of seats. The
Okay.
party that gets the most seats is the party that formed government. Now, to get a
Okay.
majority mandate, you need 172 seats. So that means you need half plus one, um, half plus one number of seats in parliament. So basically, if you got 172 member elected, you are a majority. So that means there are 171 members that are not part of your team, and
Mhm.
they eat dust if that's a majority. But if it's a minority, like right now, the
Mhm.
Liberals have 169 seats. So they are 3 seats short from a majority. So that means the opposition, they have 175 seats for.
Okay.
Uh, so basically, the opposition is more powerful because they have more elected members. And
And
again,
they need to
to
be not that way. It needs to be not be that way.
no, it needs to be that way. Like
Oh, okay.
to be good and democratic, it needs to be the way it is right now. But here's the
Oh,
thing,
okay.
because we got a minority, the opposition can trigger election when they want. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
thing. So it's not stable because the one in powers, it's on shaky grounds. But if we had a majority, the one in power would rule for 4 years and now it's stable. But we don't want that. Like, even as a conservative, I really like the conservative, and finger crossed eventually we will get a conservative majority. But even as a conservative, I'm like, it's kind of unfair for the other team if my team gets a majority. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. You're
Because
saying that.
that means they're all powerful, because each bill, each law, each decision is through a vote. And if you're a majority, even if the opposition disagrees, you got more votes. So it doesn't matter what the opposition has to say. But if it's a minority, like right now, the government doesn't have enough seats, then the opposition do matter, because if there's enough people in the opposition that's like, no, thank you, it's not happening. So is it
Yeah.
more clear now?
Yeah,
I
I get it.
mean,
I get it. Yeah.
if you're worried about in a parliamentary having a supermajority, then you're having the problem. See, in the U.S., we only have what I mean. It's really like you have factions, but it's like Democrats and Republicans, and then you have a couple of independents. But you actually, when you think, I think most part, but I think there's like one right now. But it's basically Lieberman was the really only independent that was able to secure. Everybody else is either Democrat or Republican. The thing is, a large majority, when you have that, a parliamentary elections, Your issue is, yes, if your power base is that kind of unstable, I mean, but then again, if your power base, because during your election, as I said to your people, not yours, you have 3 to 4 flavors of liberalism.
4 flavors of liberal. Yeah.
Well, to be honest, it's you think you have one party of conservatives, which
Well, they're center right. That's how
because
they
think of
scale.
it as if in the U.S., if Democrats and Republicans actually broke down into selective branches.
Yeah.
Liberals right now would be the progressives, the socialist, maybe a classical liberal. You'd have about 3 or 4 candidates. The only time we see these divisions is during primaries. Primaries are how we see that. Now, the funny thing up there is, if you're just dissolving the parliament or reforming it with special elections, that's part of the reason I admire the UK. You can dissolve a parliament and then have elections again. It keeps them more honest than having people who stay there. But
That's what that's what happened. So if the budget doesn't pass, we go through new elections, and
see, the problem is it's
it
how
will be new
far your
government.
system is. I'm not saying your system is gone, but the problem itself is, think of it like right now. Democrats have basically fractured their entire base. They seem like they have power in the U.S. The best they can do right now is because they decided to cause a government shutdown. But in reality, being a progressive, they chose to embrace Antifa and it caused them problems. Now they're throwing a potential tantrum causing our government shutdown. Now, they still hold, a number of seats, and they might get, technically, Mandani might actually win the mayor of New York, but people are waking up too late on him. But in reality, because they probably won't realize he's socialist or whatever till after, but the idea is these parties, but like if truly, even if like let's say Republicans broke, so the idea is if you need a base to negotiate, representative government is kind of the strange, because with the US we have the states and the federal. So when you talk about negotiating power, you need something to negotiate with. Then we have it, US has it. Like we brokered, you wouldn't know this. We did broker a major deal with China recently on trade to buy more soybeans and such.
Yeah.
Now the problem is the tariffs were used to basically, technically China uses tariffs on the world with the trade imbalance, but you don't hear that Trump secured a major deal.
We're competing with a whole bunch of people. I just want to interrupt real fast about the reason why we have no one in the chat. We're competing with like 6 other people tonight. None of my friends are even going to be in the chat at all. It sucks.
No, it's okay. It's fine. People
That's
do.
fine. So let's get into the first question period, which is
oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Les lois.
Liberal legislation has freed criminals in our streets and created chaos everywhere. In St. Jerome, a woman was killed by her spouse, a man who was arrested 30 times before and who violated his release conditions several times, and he was released by these Liberals. Today we're voting on a Conservative motion to reverse these Liberal laws, put criminals back in prison, and restore security for all Canadians.
So I will answer, because maybe for the both of you, a motion, you don't know what it is. So basically a motion is an action that is triggered by the opposition parties. Usually it's one party, and they will try to get the support of the other opposition party or the government. If they succeed in getting the support from the government, that means it will happen. So what emotion is a demand. You ask the fellow people in parliament, be with me in making this or that, be with me in creating this law or this. And this is something usually the opposition parties can make. And what it does is, for example, in this case, they would try to table a new law about criminals and crimes in general. And if enough yes happen, then you table that bill, then you start working on that bill. But because you are the opposition, you need the other parties to side with you, because you will not have enough yes, or you will not have enough vote to do it yourself, because you won't be the opposition if you had enough vote. Like, it's the government in place that would have enough vote because they have more votes than the other. So that motion about crime failed miserably, and that's unfortunate. And the result was 140 yes against 190 no. So that means most
That's
of the opposition said no, and
Wow.
only the
so.
conservative
The
wanted
funny
that.
thing is, what you talk about is in the U.S. we have this weird thing growing up called Schoolhouse Rock. Most people see it at some point. How a bill is made. We have a very similar. Basically, we have the discussion before bills are voted on. But it's basically the same thing in the US. It's like how a bill is made, basically. That's, I mean, you're amending a bill so you can move it through the process, because in here you'll see a motion to bring up. It goes from committee to the floor to like through various discussions.
That's
So
interesting, because if that motion passed, if enough people said yes, then it would go to committee and they would have discussion. But our first step is getting the motion. If it's a yes, we do it. If it's a no, nothing happens.
it sounds weird because it goes from, like when I was looking up the stuff on the Twitch hearings, those are handled by committees to discuss a bill. They'll bring it up in before a session. So you have like, it's basically how we make bills. And then there'll be a period of time like, oh, they'll pass the motions. I mean, your system's more parliamentary than ours, but in the idea is it's discussion, like your committee here is very similar when you have people discussing the merits of what should be in the language.
Yeah.
Now, it is different for us when a bill goes into being drafted to be before voted on, which sometimes is where bills get, you can either make amendments, they'll go, I'll make this Senator Bill or Johnson or whatever will go, oh, I want to add this amendment to it. And they'll just add it on and then they'll eventually vote on it. Which it's kind of, it sounds weird.
It's similar to us.
Our government moves slow, but it also moves, like you can rush policy, but like motions. Now, by the way, speaking of decriminalizing, there was the thing is, it affects you guys. In the UK, they literally released a guy who was in effing, was convicted on effing.
Oh yeah,
charge.
I heard
He
that.
got out. He tried to actually walk back to the prison. They wouldn't take him back.
So one last thing. So
Yeah.
the motion is usually brought up by the opposition, but if you are the government in place, you have different ways to pass bills. So usually what happens when you are the government, what happens is you have people in cases, and sometimes it's cabinet, sometimes it's not, depending on how loaded the cabinet is. And what happens is we have people from the governing party that draft laws and bills and that kind of stuff. And once they feel like they are ready to show it to the House, then they show it to the House. And what happens is there's a first reading. And the first reading, they tell the law and what it is to everyone, and then they go through a vote. And then after that vote, if it's a yes, they say, do we implement it, or are we sending this to a second reading? Now, the big difference is if it goes to a second reading, it goes to committee. And if it doesn't go to a second reading, then it becomes law. So that means if you just say yes and we don't need further readings, then your side is ready to show this bill to turn it into law. So what happens? It's now sent to the Senate. And the Senate, they have the same kind of talk the Parliament has, but this is another body. Like our Senate are not elected people, and that's really bad. That's really unfortunate. And it's one of the worst thing about our House of Commons, because the Senate, it's the government that appoint the Senate member. But the big thing is because they have secure job, the Senate member, they cross floor if they don't like their party. And this is what happened. Like in the last year, I've never seen that before, but in the last year, like since December last year, we had 3 liberal that crossed the floor and became conservative. And I was kind of shocked because that never happened. But it happened because they didn't like Carney and they didn't like his policies, and they're like, yeah, we crossed the floor. And so what happened is, well, once we send it to the Senate, they have the same kind of discussion. Are we adopting this way, or is it going to the second reading? And now, if it goes to the second reading, it goes back to our Parliament. Then we do a committee here, and then if we change anything, it goes back to the Senate again, and the Senate must approve. Now, how a law is made law is when both the House, the Parliament, as you see right now, and the Senate both said yes, and there's no more committee about it, then the bill becomes law. So sometimes it can take several months because they keep passing the ball, they make changes, they open committee on it, and at some point, sometimes they drop it in the middle of the process. And if it's the Senate that drop it, it ends there. If it's the Parliament that drop it, it ends there as well. So the moment one of the two sides decides we delete that law is no more. So they pass the ball until Senate and Parliament are both saying yes, this is what we want, this is the law we want, and then it's approved after several readings. Sometimes it's only one reading, but sometimes it goes to 2 or 3 readings, and usually it doesn't succeed 3, because usually at the 3rd reading, if they cannot amend it, they just end it because they're like, yeah, we wasted so much time on it, we are just done with it, like we won't waste any more resources. Because usually after the 2nd reading, you know if the bill is good or bad, and usually that's when you adopt it or you just give it up. Like,
and to be honest, you also probably have only a select period to discuss it, because if your government is similar to any form of government, and people have holidays, because like in the U.S., you think the Supreme Court only hears cases during select periods.
Here it's similar, but here's the thing. The only thing that really deletes a bill, white out a discussion or a vote, is when there's new election. So if they are in the middle of making a bill and then an election happened, any bill that was made by the previous government is deleted, like automatic. So like the deadline, if we can call it that way, is new election. So there's no law that comes from like the previous government, except if they are adopted as law and they are no longer a bill state or whatever. Like usually in between parliaments, they get yes, they get no, and whatever that didn't get approved get deleted. And a great example is C63. they keep bringing this back up again and again. It's always a pause and deleted. It's like a Minority Reports case where we have a committee that can jail people for what they may do in the future. It's ridiculous.
That's awful. Yeah.
It's and like that's kind of law where you don't even press charge, and if you suspect someone like your neighbor is an extremist or dangerous, then the government says, oh, he's dangerous, so we will just put him in house arrest. Like no proper trial or anything. It's just like they said that, or they said this, or they did that, or they did this, but it's not like concrete bad action. It's like, I think this can happen. What he said the other day is dangerous, is a radical, and this is why it doesn't pass. And the hilarious part, they hide that egregious side of that law with, we need to act on child porn. And it's funny because we already have laws for that. We already have a system around that ban it, like it's illegal, and if you're in possession of it, you can do jail time. But it's like, if a kid sees bad content online, like it's so vague. It's like, can be anything. It's ridiculous.
No,
But-
yeah, anything like the Woody Trooper, yeah.
But C63 kept coming back, like it's a relic from 2019. And when
Crazy.
they got the 2021 election, it got deleted. Then it got back in 2021, and it got deleted again in around like 2022, and it got back again in 2024. But we got the election of 2025 that deleted it again, and they still think about making it. It has not been brought back yet, but there are talks. You can still find it.
Watch, they'll do it. They're gonna do it. They're gonna bring it back.
That's why it's so dangerous if we get a liberal majority. As long as it's a minority, nothing bad like that can happen if the opposition does its job. But like, if the liberals have full reign over government, we are in bad shape because they will have enough vote for anything they want.
I mean, are you shocked though?
I'm not.
I mean, you got to think about it.
They're the ones that locked up people for protesting COVID.
No, here's the thing. Like
Goodness.
in the U.S., during periods we have super majorities, we can make. This is always what's fun is when you have a super majority, it's easier to push through bills. That's probably is why like some systems are easier to have it. It's scaremongers, like, but you have more to negotiate with, like, probably up there. But in reality, like here, when we ever have a super majority-ish, it's just like they can do what they need to. Or it's just, oh, we're just going to move along and move the ball. But, I mean, and the greatest fear of having a super majority is it's carte blanche. Unless someone within that faction doesn't like what they're doing. That's the rarity. So.
PM allow this to pass. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Every Canadian deserves to be safe and to feel safe in their communities. Over the course of the recent federal election campaign, we made several commitments to help reform Canada's bail system and to advance stronger penalties for those who commit serious offences against their fellow Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we are willing to work across the aisle with other members to ensure we put forward reforms that are informed by evidence, not ones that are seemingly copied and pasted from American-style bail laws. Mr. Speaker, it's only going to be a matter of weeks before we advance legislation to strengthen criminal justice reforms in this country. I hope all members from all parties support us.
So it's funny because I thought for a long time you guys in the state were the first one with bail reform and that kind of crap.
We
but
weren't the
apparently-
first we've had it similar.
I always thought that, but apparently not. And apparently we were the one that brought bail first.
Oh,
which
really? I didn't know
surprised me.
that.
I'm surprised, but that's around the same time.
So you're talking about the idea of
Catch and release.
So the idea
Catch
of
and release.
bail,
Okay,
so
yeah.
the
that-
idea of bail reform we didn't have a full official policy till like 80s. It allows people to bail out, but the idea of cashless bail was so you could have people who aren't on serious be personal recognizances.
But when did you started really adopting catch and release?
That wasn't until
I don't know. I can ask.
18, 17 or 18. But it was only in liberal cities that were already way over full, because some people, it's dependent on the area where you were. The like Portland, Seattle, those were the first that started in smaller. So you gotta like, so that's where we saw it first, but it doesn't mean particularly I mean, so take a place like New York. You pick up someone who's on a petty charge. You charge them. You get
Says
it.
it started 20 years ago.
No,
Catch-
he's talking. No, he's talking about the one. It's not called catch and release. The thing is, it's
Yeah, because catch and release, it's saying immigration policies. Catch and release for immigration policies.
but
started
no,
20 years
it's
ago.
no. You're probably
Yeah.
using
So wrong part, wrong thing. Yes, that's wrong.
So
Yeah.
the big thing is when you're inadvertently talking about, we would take people in, hold them for a bit. If it's not a serious enough charge, we just release them back out. Which is it's
Ever-
fine
Immigrant
but-
stuff came up. That's so yeah. I don't think that's right. Yeah.
if that makes sense, Multi, because a lot of what we
Yeah,
do
I'm looking into it again, and it's actually 2017 we started doing it.
we didn't start ours really till 2018, 2019. And it
Oh.
was practiced in
Wait. Oh, March 29, 2018. So we started in
2020.
2018, and
Okay.
it got like it was a bill in March of 2018, and it turned into a law in June 21st. So that means it took it took a full year before we really started using it. Okay, well, I was right to think that then. You guys are the first one that opened
No, well,
that
the thing
Pandora
is,
box.
if we were like, okay, the idea of
Okay,
it
what is
on
the law
s-
called? I want to look into it up too.
No,
What
it's
is it
called harm. Well, okay, you guys first.
I will
had-
send you the bill from Canada. I don't know about the US, but
No, we had
officially
a.
started in 19, so I will
No,
send it
okay.
here.
The idea
Okay.
it was already being practiced in cities. For real was
Okay, let's talk about immigrants. What came out?
No, we already had a bill when we were talking. If you weren't a big threat, you could be released. That's just because, like during COVID, you couldn't hold people in jails for ages, or stuff was like that. People get out. Now, the trick about it is, you guys have always been more liberal to have a harm reduction. That means you guys are more inclined to release them anyways. Here it's the question of if at a local level it was more local. So we didn't see that stuff till 2020, 2018, about 2019, 2020, because they were like, oh, why am I jailing this person I picked up for minor drug possession for 6 months when I can pick up somebody else? So, if
Bill
you get
reform started in 1960s.
here,
Is that what you're talking about?
no, he's talking. Don't confuse him. He's talking about
It says
the
1966 Bail
cashless.
Reform Act. The federal allowed judges to release.
He's talking
defendants on their
about
own.
when we changed our policy to have more personal recognitive. That started in.
Yeah, that's what it
that
says. It
wa-
says 1966 Bail Reform Act. This federal law was a turning point. It allows judges to release defendants on their own recognizant, on their own.
But what he's talking about specifically,
Yeah, it's very
that's like-
different.
what's
it is?
leading?
Okay.
What's leading to the problem with the criminals or the repeats getting out is the ones that are getting out.
So catch and release, basically, to make it simple. If it's a violent crime, I know it will sound crazy, but it's really our catch and release. So if it's a violent crime, because the criminal mental health is important, he must spend the least amount of time in jail, and after bail, he can simply go out on the wild again. And it's kind of ridiculous, because what end up happening is we get repeat violent offender. They keep doing violent crime after another, but because of that bill, they never really spend time in jail. They're always released at the earliest possible, and it's kind of ridiculous. But hey, this
The
is
problem
Canada.
that part of that, as I said, that's part of a more or less a system that's going to basically be like that. Because the issue is petty crimes during especially periods with bail reform, not bail reform, but like the jail systems felt they were just picking up people left and right on minor charges, they would easily just release them back. That's what's been causing the issue. Having people released without a bail was leading to, so like where the crime really was bad, it got worse in New York, Chicago, and all these places. Oh, you would be caught for breaking and entering. They would go be able to pick up the guy again, maybe pick the guy up again on a petty theft charge. They could basically go get a bunch of petty theft charges. They would all stack up, and they might be charged. It might go to a court case, or they will just be whatever. Where the abuse was happening was like in California, where they would be picking up the same people for shoplifting, process, say, oh, person got caught for shoplifting again, and then just release them back out. If that makes sense. That's the type of problematic bail that literally there was no bail. They were just processing the people
Yeah,
and not leaving them there.
that's the same thing here.
What was happening with people is sometimes the bad ones would escalate. And then that's when they had to act.
Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I met with the head of the Peel Regional Police Union, along with a group of crime victims. Among them was the Faruqi family. Alim Faruqi rose at night to protect his kids from a home invader and was shot in the throat.
Oh my gosh.
He's dead. His brother came out and said the Liberal government should be ashamed of itself for keeping in place liberal bail that has allowed for 1,600 crimes every single day. We have a motion before the House to get rid of liberal bail and restore safety to our streets. Will the Prime Minister let it pass?
And the answer is no.
Honorable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, obviously, when such violent circumstances arise in communities across the country, it's incumbent upon members of Parliament on both sides of the aisle to condemn them unreservedly. I would remind my honourable colleague some of the laws that he points to in his many promises, including ones pertaining to self-defence, were in fact put into Canada's laws when the Conservatives left held power while Stephen Harper was Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition was in his cabinet. Mr. Speaker, moving forward, Conservatives, Liberals and others will see some of the strongest reforms being put in place when it comes to changing the bail system in this country and when it comes to
rumblings in the background.
It's probably like, so what can also happen? There's a gallery, and that's on the second floor, and anybody that took an appointment can come in, because we need to take appointment because sometimes it's crowded, so that's why we take appointment. But it's like, I really wanted to do that during my vacation week, but I fell down because things happen in real life, and the other factor is I realized they were taking that week off, and that same week I realized, and I learned that week, is that each month Parliament has a full week of not being at Parliament. So each month for a week, they are either in their circumscription or in their office, because each Parliament member has an office where people can drop by and meet them to talk to them or whatever.
Okay.
And it's kind of hilarious because Pierre Poilievre, which is the opposition leader, the conservative guy that leads the opposition because he got enough vote. Well, he has two offices like that, and the infuriating and insulting thing is Mark Carney, our prime minister, doesn't have one.
Doesn't have one.
Because he didn't want one.
Oh, okay.
And it's kind of insulting because I think it's the first time in history. I might be wrong on that, but I think it's the first time in history the prime minister doesn't have a constituency office, which is a really bad look because usually this is when you get to meet your the people that vote for you, basically. And if they don't want to use a phone, or if they don't want to email you to have concern about this bill or that bill, they can drop by and meet you in person. It's kind of insulting for someone to be a prime minister and not having that office, while the opposition has two offices like that.
Yeah, that is. That's crazy. Here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some more coffee so I don't fall asleep.
Perfect.
So the problem I think the problem too is, all right, they think that the isolated cases of, to them, an isolated case of repeat people getting out, when you're talking about reforming what is quote unquote liberal bail policy, is implying that it's going to be that, okay, you still have an overall harm reduction fallacy. I call it harm reduction fallacy, but it's a harm reduction concept. The idea is you don't want people rotting in jails and everything else, because if anything in the U.S., we probably jail or police too much and throw people around. That's why we started switching stuff to having ticketable offenses. So let's say you get caught with a possession amount, you can just charge them with a ticket for possession, which is a usable amount. Which, I mean, but let's assume someone gets picked up on multiple burglaries or a violent offense. You should probably jail that person.
Yeah, especially if they are a repeat offender.
Stiffer sentences for serious crimes.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised he would negotiate a big win in terms of the U.S. and get a deal before July 21st. Tomorrow, he'll be announcing the deal he will get with the U.S. President. The PMO has indicated to the media that there'll be full elimination of tariffs on aluminum and steel. Can he confirm as well that the big win he'll be announcing tomorrow will include the elimination of all tariffs on cars, softwood lumber, and all other Canadian products? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is right. Yesterday, at the invitation of the U.S. President, the Prime Minister will go to Washington to continue important discussions, obviously, on the issue of trade and how to protect jobs and industry in Canada, and how to build a North American economy that will benefit both of our countries. We'll also be discussing other international issues. And, Mr. Speaker, I would be surprised if the Leader of the Opposition was not happy with this commitment.
Well, I must say this. It's really, really sad we don't see Carney answering question, because he most likely was traveling around the globe pretending to do something on our tax money, and that's disgusting. I hate Carney. F him.
I mean, if it's his job, I'll be very honest. If it's a job to negotiate with another, let's just assume he talked with Trump, and it didn't go well. The problem itself is you have to have something to give, or you have to have leverage. Take this as an example. It's not really a failure. You're our neighbor. You get our stuff. They can spin the narrative at home all they like about, oh, we ruined your aluminum. We did the thing. Trump went to China this week.
And he got a deal. And we
So
don't.
he went there. China buys goods for us, and then we had some, like, they do buy a majority of soybeans or whatever else, stuff like we don't, farming, other stuff, right? You have to understand. We went there, but China is also willing to make a deal because they need stuff for their economy. But that's a negotiation between two equivalent nations. What came out of that deal was enough of a foreseeable deal for a period. Now, realistically, it's coming with strings attached. Carney would have to come to us and say, the reason why Trump put those tariffs into place in the first place was not to weaponize or hurt Canada. It was because of trade. Problem is, it's also he's trying to spur growth for our own industries. But to be honest, we still have to rely on Canada for certain types of resources. So him saying he's not going to get a deal, he has to come with a reason for Trump to do it.
Yeah, and my big issue, and that's also the opposition biggest weapon, is how Mark Carney campaigned. And he won the campaign because people really thought he would get a deal. And at that point, it's the start of October. It's almost 6 months. Carney has been in charge and no deal. He really sucks. He's not the good negotiator he sold himself to be. That's the big issue there.
Borders bill. Every police agency across this country has endorsed that piece of legislation. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only country amongst the G7 and our Five Eyes that does not have a lawful access legislation. Mr. Speaker, this is so important in order to protect our children that are being exploited online, Mr. Speaker. Will the Conservatives stop being concerned about the privacy of criminals?
Here. Good job.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal bill has caused a bloodbath of crime in communities across this country. Just last week, a man was stabbed on a bus in Brampton by a criminal out on bail. Over his last 6 months in power, the Prime Minister has kept Liberal Bill C-75 in place, causing more bloodshed. Conservatives have taken police and victims' advice to draft a bill that will scrap Liberal Bill and bring peace on our streets. The House vote is today. Victims and police are watching us. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and vote to scrap the Liberal Bill today?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, like I've already said, our bill is comprehensive and is much stronger than the Conservative bill. I believe the Conservatives will be happy to see it in the coming days. It addresses all their issues and much, much more. Mr. Speaker, we have been a tough on crime government since we've taken office, Mr. Speaker. Our top priority has been to address these issues with C2, with the Bishnoi gang as a terrorist organization, Mr. Speaker. We've been able to crack down on criminals across this country, and I want to thank law enforcement for all of the arrests they've been making and the many, many sentences.
I'm dying because this is the perfect example of gaslight and lies.
Mhm.
It's in full display right now. Like, and the worst in that, some of these liberals that will end up watching that, they will trust these lies and that gaslight. Otherwise, they wouldn't be voting liberal.
I mean, but isn't the problem? I think I swear, like, they talk about cracking down on terrorist groups or spies. That's why I think they want to do a policy it's like kind of in the U.S. You can't openly reform certain, let's say cartels were taking advantage of a loose border policy to get people in, the Venezuelans and the other gangs that were taking over cities, causing issues. Now, in Canada, they're worried about problematic immigration. Now, that being said, yes,
no,
they
we are not. Well, conservative are because they are based, but the liberals they
well,
enforced
okay.
it, they
The
wanted.
idea, okay,
That's what I was
think of
gonna
it.
say,
Think of it as the UK. UK is getting a large majority of either Sikh, Hindus, or Muslims coming to there. Canada is starting to get more radical elements in there.
We
They
got
know-
Indian, we got Iranian that are part of the terrorist regime.
So here,
Really?
yeah.
crazy.
So here,
That's
like,
why Trump is tired. He's like, deal with your border, Canada, but we
Oh my gosh.
we got
Well,
the
the
liberals
problem
that are
is,
like open border policies.
technically
That's
part
insane.
of
That's really, you guys are, we're all insane. The world's insane now, I swear.
so
It's
part
just-
of the whole thing is, yeah, are Indians really conservative? And that's a tough call, but
Are they?
Not really. No.
some
No.
can. Like half your people I see that conservative, they're like they're Indians. Yeah, that could be at the
They're
case. But
sex degenerates. I know that sounded racist. I swear, I meant
no,
for me there
look,
are. Like,
your
degenerate.
average, most of the average ones are semi-conservative.
Honourable member for Sackville, Bedford, Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all members of the House agree on the need to keep our communities and streets safe.
Oh, that's
A
a
key
liberal.
part of that
Shut him
commitment.
up.
That's a
When he was
liberal.
trying to
Shut
get
him up.
elected, the Prime Minister told Canadians that he was the man of the hour and that he
I
would
think
negotiate
after
with the
that,
Americans. But today the
conservative we will
tariffs have
get
doubled.
NDP or Green.
Will the Prime Minister finally keep his promise of negotiating a good agreement that gets rid of these tariffs? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Tariffs
Mr.
aren't hurting
Speaker,
you guys
I'd like
that
to
bad.
thank my colleague for this excellent question. He
I
knows
cannot
that we have always
stand that
invested in the
guy.
aluminum sector. The aluminum sector is an extremely important strategic sector,
He's a
just
weasel.
like steel, forestry,
He's a weasel?
and the auto sector.
He's always screaming.
We've even
Really?
met to talk about it, so
Yeah,
he knows that
no,
on this
he's
side of the
not
House, we
screaming
will
because
always
that's
be
in
here
French,
to support the workers.
But
in
the
our
moment it speaks in
aluminum
English, I
sector
don't know if
and the
it's
entire sector, in fact,
but
and we will always stand up for Canada's
man,
interests.
he's
Honourable member
always
for
easy.
Kootenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, coastal First Nations oppose crude oil projects through their
There we
territories
go,
and
NDP.
strongly support the tanker moratorium protecting British Columbia's Great Bear Rainforest. They have built a sustainable economy that creates jobs, supports communities, and safeguards globally significant ecosystems. Premier Smith's pipeline push ignores their Indigenous rights. When introducing Bill C-5, the Prime Minister pledged no province or Indigenous group would be forced into unwanted projects. Will this government uphold that promise?
So this is an amazing question, and I know why he asked it, because the NDP and the Liberal, they share almost the exact same voter base, and the Liberal bill he's criticizing right now is not so liberal. That's the kind of bill the Conservative come up with, and by asking that question, some liberal may end up asking the same kind of question, and maybe they will move back to the NDP. One of the factor why the liberal won this election is the collapse of the NDP, because the NDP had an incompetent leader that was terrible. He is known as probably the worst or second worst politician in Canada history, and the worst would be Justin Trudeau or him. So they fight for the worst spot, like Justin Trudeau and the previous NDP leader. And really, what that NDP member asks is the kind of question that his fan base will clap, and they will be like, amazing question. And some of the liberal that watch that, they're like, but that NDP guy might be right. So next time around, instead of voting liberal, maybe I will vote NDP again.
Oh, okay. I got it now. Yeah.
I mean, sorry, I was going to say the problem is you can have more political show. That's the biggest problem. The issue itself is that Polyev, his biggest problem is he needs to differentiate himself. Let's assume, hypothetically, he does have a bad voting record. That shit will
his
be...
voting
What's a bad
record was,
voting record? What's that mean? I don't know what that means.
I don't know, but I have an idea. Like, I think he says, oh, maybe he doesn't attract enough people to vote for his party. That's actually totally wrong, but I could see how someone could frame it.
So if the problem is what they're doing is, I can tell this isn't the line of attack they're going to do. They go, oh, look when conservatives were in power. Oh, look what is happening because conservatives chose to have this. That's the problem. They can go, oh, but this policy started there. That's what's going to get them into trouble.
Not that much, because it's been 10 years and it's just a liberal that doesn't know the meaning of
Doesn't matter if
equality.
it's tied
Minister of the Environment.
to even one of them.
Mr. Speaker, the Build Canada Act has very strong provisions in it to make sure there's Indigenous consultation. And it also has strong provisions to make sure that what we're doing is building a strong
That one is
Canada
not as
for
bad
the
as the
future.
other liberal.
We will leave it
I don't
that
like
the-
her, but she's not as bad as the
from
others.
British Columbia and the Premier from Alberta can have those conversations as to the path forward. But we will be making sure that we are building a strong Canada for the future.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister promised that he was going to negotiate a victory with the United States before July 21st, 2025. And still, no deal, no victory, and the U.S. tariffs
Because right
have
now he
doubled.
speaks in French to
Today,
appeal
Prime
to the
Minister
Quebecer voter.
made his biggest concession,
And that's the
by
translator
promising
that
to
speaks.
Oh, I know, but
another,
this
to
translator
export
does sound like
another
it.
$1 billion to the United States. That
Probably.
means lower salaries, fewer jobs for Canadian workers. So why, when the Prime Minister has lunch at the White House, why is it always the Canadian workers who suffer? The Honourable Leader of the government. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and many of his colleagues are obviously at the White House today in order to further the interests of Canadians. And I know that the entire country is hoping that our Prime Minister will continue to move this forward, to continue to build Canada, create jobs, and I hope that the Leader of the Opposition
It's kind of funny when he says create jobs. We lost, and I'm not exaggerating, 100,000 jobs since April. I think it's actually a bit more than that, but that may sound like a small number because you guys have so many jobs. But for Canada, that's a huge hit. That's one of the worst wave of layoff there is. So when we have a liberal that's like, we are there for the worker, we are there to help the country, like, guys are sinking the country. And now there's another
I mean,
that,
if you create... Okay, first off, the myth of you're not going to have any kind of layoffs. I mean...
100,000 is a lot. I'm sorry, but it's like 5 districts. It's
No,
so
that's
much.
pretty bad. Like, there's been periods where...
We are bleeding jobs.
The thing is, Trump is creating jobs. Okay, so you can either create full-time... This goes back to even Bush era. They would say, oh, we're creating jobs. We're creating jobs. Okay, what kind of jobs are you creating?
Prostitution jobs.
If you're creating only a certain amount of part-time workers, like, it sounds fine. A lot of policies that Trump put into place recently, like, okay, they're supposed to open up warehouses. Like, so we were supposed to... Semiconductors in Arizona, that's 5 plants, right? 5 plants?
Yeah.
Then you have rest of people who get part-time. Just because you employ... I've seen people who, Democrats and Republicans alike, they say we create jobs. but the best job you can find is part-time. It's like, oh, good job on that. But when you lose 100,000 jobs, depending on it, if a sector's already collapsing, then there's a problem.
And there's two things I want to mention. The first one is you will see a lot of conservative and liberal talking, and it's mostly because the conservative add a lot of seats. The big reason why the NDP only appears at the end of question period is because they don't have enough seats. So they got like 7 members elected, so they only have 7 seats. And because of that, well, the NDP is quite small. The conservative, on the other end, had 144 seats, so we will see a lot of them. And sometimes we get to see a liberal asking another liberal, mostly because these are the one party that had the most votes, because they got 169 seats. So that's why we get to see liberal more often than the other party members. And the other thing that's fascinating is how we have the liberals that gaslight and lie as usual, and they pretend everything is okay, while our car industry, it's burning because these freaking stupid liberal, they don't listen to the CEOs that are telling them drop the AV mandate. It's really bad for business. So we got like big corporation fleeing Canada because they're like, we won't be able to make money because like these liberals, they only want to sell freaking electric car. Nobody wants the electric car.
You also, not only that, because look, California has their so they shut down a nuclear power plant. They already have electrical brownouts and everything else in certain parts.
That's ridiculous.
And then electric cars put a weight on an electrical grid. They go, you can't have coal or natural gas, but they want to sell electric vehicles, which need to charge by electricity and other stuff. But if you already have a strained electrical grid, like they want to...
Canada is cooked. If we really like have if everyone really has electric car, we are cooked because our electricity grid won't stand it.
Because here's the thing, they have the same, it's kind of like an EV mandate to have, or like emissions. It's not that it's a wild dream. It's not everyone can upgrade it. Like I live in an area, I'm seeing more Teslas now, like the little 4-door Teslas. But the thing is, we have a grid for it, but they're still expensive.
Yeah, people just don't have the money, especially in Canada. Again, liberals, and I know why they are doing it. Like, Mark Carney has investment in Brookfield, and the Chinese, they keep sending us EVs, and it's a grift.
No.
It's the green grift.
No, what's funny is, even if you look at China has entire fields of EVs just rotting like you have grains of wheat. And the thing about it is that when Musk tried to actually get, like, he was manufacturing Teslas up there, because what it takes to make batteries causes contamination. Canada had, like, so we have, like, bioweapons labs in the U.S. where they have perimeters of, like, let's say 8 to 10 miles. They were finding within these things where they were manufacturing the Tesla batteries, because they're like, well, sir, Mr. Musk, you have contaminated potentially 3 to 4 extra miles with the runoff. And that's what's funny is you want electric vehicles, but the byproducts to create them contaminates the area worse because there's either lead or runoff destroying it conflicts with the environmental policy.
The green drift.
Supports him on this. The Prime Minister promised victory, but there is no victory. He promised a deal, there is no deal, and now he's promising $1 billion of Canadian investments in the United States with nothing in exchange. Now, what that means is mines that are closing in Quebec that are going to open in Pennsylvania. It means mills that are going to close in BC and open up in the state of
can't just open
Washington.
up a
It means plants
mine.
in Ontario that are going to shut down and then open in Michigan. So why did the Prime Minister sell off Canadian workers during his visit to Washington, the honourable leader of the government?
Be ready for the gaslight.
Mr. Speaker, that is completely absurd. The Prime Minister obviously is there to promote Canadian interests, and those include our trade interests, obviously, and secondly, Canadians are proud that big investors in the United States have brought profits back to Canada, to our workers, to people who collect pensions in Canada. So I'm not sure what the opposition leader is referring to.
That's
but
why we are losing
He
jobs.
doesn't want the Prime Minister to chalk up a victory today, and that's regrettable.
The Prime Minister promised Canadians to, and I quote, negotiate a victory. He promised have a deal by July 21st, 2025. Still no deal, still no victory. And American tariffs have actually doubled. But today, the Prime Minister made his biggest concession of all. He promised to push $1 trillion of investment out of Canada into the United States of America, which will drive down Canadian wages and Canadian jobs. Why is it when the Prime Minister goes for lunch at the White House, it's Canadian workers on the menu? That's right.
Here's the thing. People think we can just crack open mines. The funny part about this is when you go back to Obama-era policy and later by Biden, who duplicated it as well, it is quite literally an idea that you can just... We have areas, like once you either close a mine, it's very hard. Like there's rules, either you have to keep it around or you have to get rid of it in a certain fashion. People think we can just reopen mines. Like the funny thing is Hello, King. So when I see people who literally are like, you can just reopen mines. Like, I hate when either politicians on any side says you can just do that. Because U.S. has a very much a policy. Because Obama and Biden were both hostile towards it. We're not going to grant new permits. We're just going to let them.
That's the Democrat. What do you expect from them?
The problem is up there, what do you think? You have entire areas. Your only natural resource is either lumber, coal, or steel, or whatever you can get.
We still
from
have
the
minerals.
ground. You have minerals. How the hell do you get to them? If you have an environmental policy which is contrary, people act like, oh, you can just open mine. Either that. You got to get coal from somewhere. Even the Chinese do it. They open up a coal power plant every month.
Yeah, but we are green freaks. Let's hear the Liberal gaslight and line.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his colleagues are at the White House today, advancing Canada's interests, advancing Canada's trade interests, advancing our interests in foreign policy generally. And I know that the hopes of all Canadians accompany our Prime Minister to those meetings where he will very, very clearly defend the rights of Canadian workers and of the Canadian economy. I sure hope the Leader of the Opposition is among those Canadians.
By giving trillions, because in that meeting, I only had seen one clip where Carney is like, in the following months, we will give you USA lots of money.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's the one thing I did remember, and that's kind of hilarious because he was promising that, and I had seen a video where someone was like, Is it by shutting down production here in Canada and giving it away to the States?
Look, even if
I think King Sal was in the comments. Hi, King Sal. That's my buddy.
even if hypothetically we wanted to move manufacturing back to the US, let's assume we want to take back our auto industry and manufacture in the United States again. You can't just crack open a car plant.
We can.
Okay. The thing is,
yes, we can.
Highest non-pandemic
think
rates
so?
since 2016.
The problem is, you guys will still have the industry until the companies. But part of the reason is we exported cheap production back to China and to Canada or Mexico because it was cheaper production. That's the funny part about it. I wish people knew that.
Does the Prime Minister realize his broken promises are having dire effects on Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll always be there to support the workers of London and the businesses of London across southwestern Ontario to protect jobs, to create jobs, and to keep and attract the best talents in the world. And maybe I'll just share some facts with the House in terms of the investment that is coming into Canada. Second largest FDI stock to GDP ratio among G20 countries in 2024, Mr. Speaker.
You got massive immigration.
Second highest out of 25 countries in the Kearney FDI Confidence Index, Mr. Speaker. That's investment that's coming into the country, and with our ministers and our trade diversification strategy, we expect more jobs, more businesses, more FDI to Canada.
Very good. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, on BC coast alone, there are 900 vessels, 90 of them over 500 tons at the end of their life, posing an imminent threat to our environment if they aren't recycled. Towing even one large BC ferry from Vancouver Island to Halifax to be recycled could cost millions. In Port Alberni, we're ready to build a ship repair and recycling centre of excellence in partnership with First Nations. Will the minister commit to European Union-style regulations to protect workers, safeguard the environment, and secure this nation-building infrastructure?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with my honourable colleague on this issue. We've had many interesting conversations, and we'll have, I'm sure, many more. We're protecting the environment, of course, Mr. Speaker. We're removing wrecked and abandoned vessels. For issues like shipbreaking, for example, we work closely with our provincial counterparts. We're going to be taking action to protect our waters and our coast, Mr. Speaker. And again, I look forward to working with my honourable friend on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been telling Canadians this government will spend less and invest more, while abandoning the Liberals' promise to make mental health a full and equal part of Canada's universal public healthcare system. It's estimated every dollar invested in mental health generates $2 of long-term savings, while untreated mental health issues cost our economy more than $50 billion every year. On Mental Illness Awareness Week, will this government acknowledge it's time to invest in the mental health of Canadians as a nation-building project?
So, you see, you point out to why the NDP collapsed, because they are the exact same as the Liberal. And I got to say this. When the Liberal, they say, we will invest, that's just the sneaky way of saying, we will tax you more. But that's a good thing, because we invest.
Goodness.
But he's NDP, so he aligns with the Liberal.
Here's one of the things. If you're talking about investing in mental health in the long run, then you might accept. Okay. It's kind of a joke because in the US, the reasons why we don't have asylums or worse mental health, that's because they normalized it with largely liberal policies over the years.
Well, I was just laughing at that. He said mental health week. I mean, there's mental health month. There's everything. Like every day is.
Well, okay. So there is a thing, right? Bad mental health. Let's assume Canada has a high social services.
Don't we have bad mental health too, though?
Well, I would say
we have bad mental health despite the
no, it's already been up there for a while. The problem is You know, everyone in the U.S., they call it like neurodivergent, and it's all been policies
Sorry, it's just so stupid.
to not be to they go, oh, you can't make fun of autistic people, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't identify, but everyone can just go around and claim they're this, that, and that. And then I've seen entire people, there's like an entire generation that has basically been scarred by bad mental health treatments, difference than over. Like the reason why, like I'm about 40, so people were over medicated in my generation as children with everyone they thought was ADHD. Now you do have a higher rate of like autism and things, which is more developmental. But the problem is if you can't identify mental health issues, liberals will say they care. But I swear to God, the problem is half their people who either vote for them in the US, that's probably the same in Canada, they're halfway mental.
And the teachers.
They're actually halfway mental health cases themselves. The problem is, I mean, you probably need government regulation, but largely people who have better mental health and less depression probably are more productive. But the problem still remains. It's been a liberal talking point, but they're the ones who caused it to be cut.
They don't like productive people, liberals. They want people to depend on them.
Well, okay, the problem is, it is also, like in the US, the weird, like, trans people with, like, or non-binary people and those types, and the more deranged lefties, those are the ones still supporting the Democrats. But there's also this problem of how do you deal with the drug addicts? How do you deal with a repeat people with mental illness who keep going back through the system? It's a double-edged sword. It's a weird policy.
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mental health is at the heart of this new government's concerns, and we'll do everything we can to support the mental health of Canadians. In fact, we do have a program for mental health in youth.
More tax!
And it gives a lot of support to young Canadians. Thank you.
You get a gift.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery.
So now, for the next question period, I need to explain something. This is October 8th. Carney returns in Canada after another failure at trying to get a deal with Trump. And question period, as you both have seen, usually we get the opposition leader starting off with a few questions, and then they let other people talk and ask questions turn by turn. And usually we don't get to see the opposition talking again, at least the leader. We see other members of the opposition talking, but usually the leader of the opposition is there at the start, and then he leaves. And then he let the other people in the party taking over and really using the floor to show themselves to the voting base, the voters in general. They want to see everyone, not just the leader of the opposition. But now, after the failure of Mark Carney overseas, or I should say, not overseas because you guys are like our neighbor, but like after Carney returns in Canada with another failure, we have something really special. And I cut this third question period another way because it's a special one. So let's get into that special question period.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, now we know why President Trump wanted this Prime Minister to win so much, so he would be against a weak leader whose tax and anti-development policies are driving billions of dollars in jobs to the United States. Yesterday, the Prime Minister promised President Trump $1 trillion of investment in the coming years if we get the deal we want. That is investment that will leave Canada, driving mines and paper mills and factories out of Canada, leaving families without work. Why didn't the Prime Minister negotiate an end to the softwood lumber tariffs instead of offering this gift? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
That's a gay man. Sorry. That me?
Look at his face. He likes it. He's like, people like me. I'm such a narcissist. I like being praised.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Things aren't getting off to an auspicious start today. Okay, the Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top.
What did he do?
Doesn't know what to say.
Okay, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this is another moment to give a little economic lesson to the Leader of the Opposition. The Canadian and American economies are closely aligned, and I gave such a lesson to the President of the U.S. yesterday. I said that what is at risk is Canadian investment into the United States if we do not get a real detail. We will get a deal, however, Mr. Speaker.
And I will say this: they play it as a silver bullet because they are proud to have elected a banker as their prime minister. That's why they keep saying lessen this, lessen that, fiscally responsible, and that kind of stuff. And it's kind of hilarious because we've never seen deficit that bad before Carney was even an advisor.
Your debt to GDP ratio, you're like, okay.
It's down the drain. This is what's going
on.
No,
you guys, okay. The problem is your debt to GDP, your actual debt is 110% of your budget. The reason why, and people go, well, U.S. is high. I'll state this again. The U.S. still has a high production quality and output. You guys...
We don't have that.
You guys have 110% of your budget is in debt. Now, that means your debt service payments are going to cripple output or what you can put into other stuff. It's like, let's say you have a credit card or something, it's out of whack. In the U.S., we were near a similar situation where just servicing our debt was becoming a problem. But luckily, that's eased up for a little bit because normally when our debt goes up gradually, because under Biden, it spiked up a lot more than normal. So, but you guys still have to service your guys' debts. That's what's going to cripple. That's what's going to cripple your economy because you still got debt payments.
And it will take years because we don't have the same kind of productivity as the U.S.
If your productivity is 50%.
Mr. Speaker, he could certainly give lessons on driving investment out of Canada and into the United States because he has already managed to drive $54 billion worth of investment into the United States.
That's because you have bad economic policy or
Households
bad
are suffering.
manufacturing
People are sitting around
policy.
the dinner table
We're not attracting
to
growth.
pay their bills. And since this prime minister took power, American softwood lumber tariffs have doubled. Here's the question: after giving the Americans a $54 billion gift. Has he negotiated an end to the softwood lumber tariffs? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the current situation is as follows. We have the best agreement with the Americans in the world.
Kuzma,
we are still
but it's about to
negotiating
end,
further
and I don't
gains
see
in major
Trump
sectors,
renewing
including
it.
softwood lumber. And we will only accept the best deal on softwood lumber.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we now know why the U.S. president wanted this prime minister in power so badly. A weak leader whose high taxes and anti-development laws are sending billions of dollars and thousands of jobs out of this country. 86,000 jobs lost. And yesterday, the prime minister promised the president that he would increase Canadian investment in the U.S. by $1 trillion if he gets the agreement that he expects to get. Mr. Speaker, in exchange for $1 trillion of job losses in Canada, will he at least get an end to the U.S. auto tariffs that are killing jobs for our workers in Ontario?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have the best deal in the world with the Americans. First point. Second point, the President of the United States and myself had a meeting of minds yesterday with respect to the future of the steel sector, the aluminum sector, the energy sector in cooperation, which is why our teams are negotiating the terms of those deals. And we are working, as the President himself said in the Oval Office, on the modalities of an auto agreement.
And he's proud of that.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
You still have to use your manufacturing.
He just confirmed he's selling out our auto workers. And let me tell him what it means when investment leaves this country, because he was forced a record amount out in his 7 months in power. The 700 workers at the GM plant who lost their jobs in Oshawa, they can tell him about investment that is left. They're sitting around the dinner table wondering how they're going to pay their bills while GM announces $4 billion of new investment south of the border. So while the Prime Minister promises yet another $1 trillion gift to President Trump, why doesn't he look them at those workers in the eye and explain to them why he betrayed them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what this government is doing for the auto sector is an unprecedented investment in the Canadian auto sector. We look the Canadian auto workers in the eye. We have $5 billion in the Strategic Response Fund.
The gallery is not happy with what's going on, being gaslit and lied.
Worker retraining. We are striking
I can hear
deals
it.
with countries around the world. We have the best deal already with the Americans, and it will be even better.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we'll go soft on him today because I know he's still recovering from surgery to have his elbows removed. Remember that promise, Mr. Speaker? Dancing around with his elbows in the air. We haven't seen those elbows since the election, after which $54 billion of investment gone to the United States. 86,000 jobs gone. American tariffs on Canada doubled. And as to the best deal in the world, why is it then, if we have the best deal, that Canada has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 and 86,000 people are without a job?
Now, in case you both have missed it, you talked about elbows because the entire campaign of Carney was elbows up, like in the hockey when you're playing dirty and you fight off the big bad American orange man. That was the campaign of Carney. Let's be elbows up.
I remember that. Yeah.
Let's fight dirty. And now Pierre Poilievre is mocking. Where are the elbows now? Are they up? Are they up? I don't think so.
The problem itself is, okay, campaign promises. Now, not to say that if Poilievre was in power, he would be held to similar. You're only as good as what you're replacing. Now,
But,
Carney
I will-
was, what did I say about Carney? Carney is status quo.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
I will
I
tell
said.
you this, D-Lord. as much as I don't see if Pierre Poilievre would have made a deal or not, Pierre Poilievre's campaign wasn't about the deal. It was about making Canada great again. Let's steal that from you guys. But that was the campaign Pierre Poilievre ran on. And that's the big difference between Carney and Pierre Poilievre. He wanted a strong Canada, while Carney wanted to fight the big bad arrangement because PDS is present in Canada.
There's also, well, your liberal people are running like our liberal people try to. They try to go, oh, we need to just deal with, because even now you realize in America they can't even scaremonger Trump enough. They go, oh, Trump's going to get you. Trump's going to get you. That's not working amongst their base. Just as of this week, there was a poll done by a Democrat leading study group at the federal level. Ready for this? They said at almost 60-something%, Democrats have lost their way. That's their own voter base. Republicans and conservatives are only about 4% less. So you're talking like a 58 to like a 65%. Democrats, basically, their party, when you lean into positions that you think are popular among the wedge or the fringe, no offense to the LGBTQ plus QIA people, you're not big enough to drive. That is what's hurt the Democrats. They lead into open borders. That hurt them.
Yeah.
Now they're going into midterms. For Trump to take the midterms, he needs to show economic growth. For Democrats to gain on Trump, they need to show that Trump is bad. But the voters don't have faith in him.
Yeah.
The right honorable Prime Minister.
Okay. All right. Mr. Speaker, there are three things that are true. First is, I realized long before the leader of the opposition, long before the last election, you remember the last election? Long before the last election, that our relationship with the United States would never again be what it was. Secondly, thing that is true is we have the best deal with the Americans. And the third thing that's true is we will get an even better deal because we...
Where's the deal? We want the seat.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
Canadians do remember the last election where that Prime Minister promised to put elbows up. It was not a promise, it was the promise that he ran on. Now those elbows have come down, the American tariffs have doubled, we have by far the weakest economy in the G7, 86,000 people have lost their jobs, and the Prime Minister went pathetically to the White House to offer a $1 trillion gift, bowing before the President in weakness. $1 trillion, Mr. Speaker.
And
Speaking of
Trump
the last
refused
election,
it.
where in his platform did he promise to give $1 trillion of our investment dollars to the Americans?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the Leader of the Opposition that there is a thing called the private sector. The private sector makes decisions about investment. The private sector
What is going on?
They are proud because that's their big leader with a big speech.
He overacts.
The thing is, it's basically his
It's
position.
too much. Calm down. Wow.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Oh,
He's waiting until it's quiet so he can talk.
This will be a long one. It's going to be a long day. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Wow.
We got the
The
worst
Prime
translator right
Minister
now.
seems to have received some mockery. I guess the bar is very low. All he had to do was not fall on his face in front of the U.S. president in the entire world. So I guess he did that. He said that he was a strong leader. That's great. But the Prime Minister ought to gain more and talk less. Is the Prime Minister truly content with a few nice words from the U.S. president instead of a trade agreement? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the U.S. President and I had a meeting of the minds about a deal for the steel, aluminum, and energy sectors. That is why our teams are working on just such a deal as we speak. The Honourable Member for Bellay-Chambly.
And now I glitch. My screen froze.
But
now.
that's not what we heard about during the campaign. It was supposed to be better than that. The truth is the Prime Minister came back empty-handed with nothing at all. Zero. Zilch. Yet there are new tariffs on trucks and increased tariffs on softwood lumber. The great negotiator is again coming back into the country, the tail between his legs. When will he stun us? When will he impress us? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again.
Can I unfroze?
On July 31st, the President of the United States
I say leave and come back.
himself signed
That's
the
the thing.
best
The tab
deal
entirely
between,
is
in the
frozen.
world between the U.S. and Canada.
We're still here, but if you reload
It keeps 85% of our trade free of tariffs, but we are working harder to get a deal for the steel, aluminum, and softwood lumber sectors. The Honourable Member for Bellay-Chambly. His best deal in the world is not really working for the forestry sector nor for the aluminum sector. More pretty words. All he cares about is compliments. Jean de La Fontaine wrote about the fable of the fox and the crow. Skewering the Prime Minister's view of flattery. Does the Prime Minister really believe that Quebecers will content themselves with the words from the wicked fox? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, our team, including the Minister of International Trade, are negotiating on behalf of the aluminum sector. This is not just words. There are numbers here too, and we will get a deal.
That's, you know what's funny? The Liberals, they talk like, we will, we will, we will, we will. It's never we have or we do. It's we will. It's always in the future. It's always broken promises. So now this is the start, right? So now you have seen the gist of it. It's other people that are now asking questions to Carney. So in theory, this is the point where Pierre Poilievre, the opposition leader, I should say, is now leaving the room. But now there's something special there, and that's a bit later in this. I think it's there. No, it's not quite there. So we have another conservative talking. Is it
in nation building project?
No, it's not there. We are coming close.
Economic
We
updates
are
will be published in the
coming
spring.
close.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Someone
shut
clip
up,
that.
the
I'm gonna
liberal.
clip that later.
It
We
will
are
also help the
coming
plan
close.
for
Yeah,
construction
naughty
season.
boy.
Everyone will win with this new plan. Thank you.
Coming real close on. Never mind.
Yeah, we are here. That's the spot. He's back.
It's not so bad. It could get it worse.
On tariffs for finished automobiles in Canada.
He's
This
back.
After 700 Oshawa GM workers lost their jobs and GM sent $4 billion to the U.S.
I apologize for interrupting the honourable leader of the opposition, but apparently the interpretation is not working, so I'll allow them. Is it back on? C'est bon? It's good?
Okay.
So from the top,
Audio
the
was
Honourable Leader of the
bad.
Opposition from the top.
One day after the Prime Minister met at the White House, promising that he would fight for Canadian workers, we learned from the U.S. Commerce Secretary that there will be no relief for Canadian finished automobiles. This after 700 Oshawa GM workers lost their jobs, with $4 billion of GM money going to the
I was going to ask
U.S.
what kind of cars you guys make.
900 Cami workers in Ingersoll losing their
I
jobs.
don't really know
with those
cars,
jobs going to the U.S. And
They probably
150
make
workers
smaller.
at
He said
Stellantis
Oshawa.
being sent home while
Oshawa,
$8 billion
that's a
of
place.
Stellantis money
Oh,
goes to
it's
the
not a
U.S.
place?
The
Okay,
Prime
never mind.
Minister failed to stand
It's
up
a
for auto
factory.
workers yesterday. Will he do so now?
Ford was moving stuff back to the U.S. to open up plants. That's kind of was already ahead as a promise to Trump. Ford.
The fucking happening? What is that? Who are you? Who are you? What?
The problem
because
is the gallery is
she doesn't
upset.
like the fact that Pierre Poilievre came back.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Watch your pressure. He's the Prime Minister. You can call him.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the Prime Minister and the President had a very productive discussion yesterday on steel, on aluminum, on energy for the benefit of the Canadian economy, and on auto. I remind my colleague of the President's words. We want Canada to do well making cars, so we will get there. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Leader of the Opposition to take a look at even Ford Canada in my riding of Oakville and to realize that on this side of the House we are building.
So, two things. The first one, Carney wasn't around anymore, which is normal because usually when the leader of the opposition leaves, usually the prime minister in charge also leaves, usually. So now, while she was answering the question, they were trying to find Carney to tell him come back. Pierre Poilievre decided to stand up again, which is really rare. That was really the first time I had seen it. I'm pretty sure maybe that had happened in the past in other parliament session, but it was the first time I had seen that. And this is what happened there. Now, the other thing that's very funny, Anita, the girl that just talked, she actually did a deal with Pakistan. And that's actually a very, very good deal, which shocks me and surprised me as well, because Carney did so many trips. He flew all over the globe for 6 months, and he didn't get any deal anywhere. That's kind of hilarious, tragic, and insulting, because people elected the guy because they thought the guy would do deals, and he only has talks. He only knows how to talk. He doesn't know how to secure a deal. And Anita, which is the cabinet member, the one that just talked, she actually locked a deal before her boss. And when I learned about that, I was like, that's hilarious. Fire Carney. I want Anita as prime minister now. It's like you and she did less trip than Carney because she's not the prime minister. She is just a cabinet member. So I'm like, if she get a deal done, what's wrong with Carney? Well, Carney is incompetent, obviously. So now let's see if Carney comes back. We will see.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister refused to stand up for our auto workers, and today he refuses to stand up for our auto workers. How can he sit right there while the U.S. Commerce Secretary just came out and said the 25% tariffs will stay in place? Despite the Prime Minister's concession after concession, he backed down on counter tariffs, backed down on the DST. Yesterday offered $1 trillion of Canadian investment money, and still he can't win anything from our auto workers. What does he say to those thousands of auto workers that are out of work because of his weakness?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
Is that
what we have at this point with the United States for the auto sector is the lowest tariff in the world, less than 10%.
Because of
less than
Kuzma
10%,
again.
lower than Europe, lower
Gaslight
than
and
Korea,
lies.
lower than Japan. We have the lowest tariff, and we are still negotiating because, as the president said yesterday, the Prime Minister of Canada is a tough negotiator. We will get a great deal.
Tough negotiator.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
There we go. Mr. Speaker, give me $1 trillion and even I will say something nice about this.
What?
Problem is, Carney
Yeah, what
failed.
he just said?
Yeah. What did he say? I
He's
don't get it.
mocking the fact that that Trump praised Carney because Carney gave him money. So, like, me too. If you give me money, I will praise you.
part of Carney's problem in reality that he has is he fails the core principle, I would say, of just Carney is not good at projecting power. So the issue, so like Polyev, despite even if he's a spineless piece of shit in the background, has more of a presence. Carney does not command a presence. He might be able to organize, but the issue itself with Carney that anyone could pick apart is if your opponent appears weak, you're like, you could just jump upon it. And if I were Polyev, and the best bet to actually gain any control would be to make Carney look like absolute shit. Because Carney, when you see him above, you see him like this, he can't project power well enough.
That's true.
And the thing is, he's going to look like a fool. And if the first rule of power, even if you are a weak leader, is to be able to project that power. Even a tin-pot dictator knows that rule. Carney cannot look assured of himself, even if the most fearsome dictator is about to lose power. He cannot strike the fear of God into people.
How much is it going to cost to pay Canadian investment dollars to flatter this Prime Minister's ego? Yep. It would make you laugh if it didn't make you cry, Mr. Speaker. But for the workers in Ingersoll, in Windsor, and in Oshawa who have lost their jobs after the Prime Minister promised to protect them, how will they ever trust this Prime Minister again after he betrayed them?
But in turn, he has to promise how he's going to fix it.
He doesn't stand up. He's getting booed. Carney is getting booed because he doesn't stand up. Carney doesn't stand up.
So nothing goes that Canadians know, from Ingersoll to Windsor to Oakville to Oshawa, is that on this side of the House, we will not let Canadians down. We have these strategic...
She has an annoying voice. I'm sorry, she just does. It's just the thing about it.
I agree with you.
Okay.
auto sector. We are supporting the agri-food business, and we will always be there for Canadian workers as well, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're about diversifying supply chains and supporting Canadians while we get the best deal.
Hey, let's go. No, I don't know.
Pierre Poilievre, the opposition leader, just stroked really deep into Carney ego. Carney didn't want to stand up again. Like,
really?
Yeah, that's why she spoke. Carney is still there. He's still in the
okay.
room right now.
Oh, okay.
He's still in the room right now. He just didn't want to answer.
Well, okay,
That's
look,
sad.
He's still in the room.
half the problem is if
Carney
he
is
doesn't.
still there.
No, he doesn't. Like, it's not that Polyev made it good. It just makes him look stronger of a position.
And that's why Carney
That's the
couldn't
thing
stand
about
up.
it. It's Polyev didn't even really. I mean, Carney's probably just. I'm gonna be honest with you, tired of it. And I know it sounds weird.
No, it doesn't. It makes sense. He doesn't like scrutiny. Like
it's as much as scrutiny. He okay. Look,
Carney cannot stand interviews. He cannot control. He just cannot stand it.
look.
He
If
will run away
anyone
from
has a,
journalists.
if anyone has a control thing, again, if half a theater here is show, right? This is half show. Yes, Carney didn't look strong because he came back with not a strong deal. But it wouldn't have been much better if Polyev came. Because there was a period, even in America, when we looked at Polyev, like his people turned around and blamed us the reason why he lost.
Yeah, a lot of people did. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, liberals can go, your liberals up there can go, like our liberals here, orange man bad, orange man bad. He's going to do this. Trump could be the next Hitler. He's going to be worse. He's going to gas people, okay? That doesn't work up. That doesn't work.
That works here.
That worked. It made him look good.
The Prime Minister will not
But it
stand
also
up for
made
auto workers in this.
Polyev couldn't fight it. But part of Polyev also lost because of his own campaign. Just like in the UK, as an example, Starmer is looking for. He's in trouble, like a lot of their government's in trouble in the UK.
Yeah.
But
they have a majority.
They're not
otherwise
going
they
to
wouldn't have
go
been drawn up.
beyond, but Farage is not the strongest candidate.
Yeah. So I rewinded because there's something very interesting that Pierre Polyev highlights there as the leader of the opposition.
We are supporting the agri-food business, and we will
agri-food.
always be there for Canadian workers as well, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're about diversifying supply chains and supporting Canadians while we get the best deal possible for this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's really pathetic that the Prime Minister will not stand up for auto workers in this House of Commons, just like he refused to stand up for them yesterday. We have thousands of auto workers who have lost their jobs since this Prime Minister promised to protect them. These families are sitting around their tables wondering what is going to happen to them. They are among the 86,000 Canadians who've lost their jobs, leading to the second highest unemployment of any country in the G7. We have record lineups at food banks, and this Prime Minister is giving away $1 trillion investment dollars to the U.S. while people here can't even pay their bills. Why won't he stand up now?
Look at that, look at that. He doesn't stand up, he doesn't stand up. He gets called on and he's just smiling and he doesn't stand up.
It's not looking good. It's just a bad position.
He's still in the room. He's still in the room.
It's called tuning out.
Minister cannot stand up.
It's sad when she's the one doing the talking for him too.
That's what I'm saying. She should be Prime Minister.
Whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, they vote against. And on this side of the House, whether it's the auto sector, whether it's energy, whether it's steel, whether it's aluminum, we will get the best deal for this country, and we will always be there for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
I don't like the Liberals, but give Anita the PM position instead of Carney. She stood up. Carney's still there. Like, he's still there. I don't know if I can enlarge it. Can I? So he is I can't remember the exact word of it, but he's like, I can't remember the word. He's like, he's not happy of what's going on. He's shattered. He's in pieces.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I think we're beginning to see how it is that the president has been able to bulldoze over this prime minister. He won't even stand up when he is confronted by the Americans. Just over an hour ago, a report came out that the U.S. Commerce Secretary said there will be no relief for Canadian-made automobiles going into the United States. The prime minister is back down on counter tariffs, back down on the DST, back down on defense. Yesterday promised to push $1 trillion of private sector investment out of our country. How is he going to look those Canadian auto workers in the eye and tell them how he got nothing for them in return?
Yeah.
He's getting booed again because he got the room.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
Oh,
Mr. Speaker, it is a sad day in this House when the Leader of the Opposition.
Look at his face. He's so angry.
He is. You can see it all over him.
Moment. He loses his temper. He's like, I'm done. I got called on. I'm done.
He looks so mad.
Suggests that standing up for the defense of this country, when the Leader of the Opposition suggests that spending to defend our borders, that spending to defend our fulfillment in NATO, that is backing down on defense. We will shame. Now,
Shame.
He's losing his temper.
Sorry, everyone. Shame.
He's losing his temper. That's my prime minister. I'm ashamed to be in this country. That's the leader of the country. That's the leader of the country.
we have the
losing his
lowest
temper
tariff
like that.
on autos of...
Speaker, come on.
He didn't digest well that kick in his stomach.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, at least he finally got up, but he didn't address the question about auto workers. There are auto workers who are sitting at home right now who do not know how they're going to pay their mortgages. This prime minister looked them in the eye and said he was going to protect their jobs. And then he said he would put his elbows up. And then he said he would get a win by July 21st. Then he said that he would have a deal. There's been no deal. There's been no win, and now for these workers, there is no job. Today we learned that he's backing down again on auto tariffs. Why is it that he's selling out our auto workers at a time when they need him most?
Was that a fatality? Was that the end?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
He's still there.
Mr. Speaker.
Demoralized.
Mr. Speaker.
His ego shattered. He's getting booed again.
He's getting bullied. He's getting bullied.
United Kingdom. Every other country in the world is paying a higher tariff than Canada has gotten on automobiles, and we are not done. That is why we have not signed an accord on autos.
Even if he sees people that are civilian that are in the gallery booing him, doesn't like it.
Here.
I wish I was in the gallery at that moment just to see that live.
Okay. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. President, you have been warned. If you put in another tariff, he's going to give you yet another $1 trillion. This is the tough negotiator that we hired? The guy who broke his promise to have a deal on July 21st. A guy who broke his promise to negotiate a win, who simultaneously removed the counter tariffs while he was giving speeches promising to have them in place, and yesterday offered more concessions to the U.S. president, knowing that the tariffs that are killing our auto sector would stay in place. Why does he always back down and give our jobs to the Americans instead of standing up for Canada?
Is Carney going to stand up?
Okay, I
Well,
just want to make
stand
sure
up.
we're ready before we go to the...
Drum roll. Can Carney stand up? Ezekiel. Are we getting someone else to answer for him?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Oh, he's still there.
Mr.
Okay.
Speaker,
He's not in a coma
Mr.
yet.
Speaker, and I think it's important for the entire House to understand that we have a strategy with the United States. That means that our auto sector is paying less than 10% tariff. When Japan,
Because of
when
Kusma.
Europe, when the UK, when the rest of the world is paying 50, which is bigger than 10 or higher. And we are not done yet because we refuse to sign a deal that isn't better in the interests of Canadians. And that's
Weirdly enough, that's actually true on his part. You are paying less.
Speaker, he is already signing a deal that makes us worse off because he makes concession after concession after concession while getting nothing in return. Yesterday, he announced that his policies will drive $1 trillion of private sector money out of our country as part of the agreement that he is going to sign with the United States. That means factories and plants closing in Canada. Most of all in our auto sector, which is on the verge of being wiped out after he promised to save it. So can he tell me, did he demand the president lift all tariffs on Canadian autos, yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm shocked he's still there. He took on so much damage, emotional damage.
yesterday, the president and
Emotional
myself
damage,
is to focus now on steel, on aluminum, on energy, the building blocks of our broader competitiveness, including our auto sector. Those
We have so much
negotiations on autos
competitiveness that people
continue
flee our country because
from
they're
a
done with the
position that
taxes.
is the strongest in the world. 10 is less than 15, which is less than 25, which is less than 50.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Zero is the paycheck that those workers who've lost their jobs are getting right now. And Mr. Speaker, 7th is last place in the G7 when it comes to growth, or in this case, negative growth. This Prime Minister has to get his excuses straight. He blames the tariffs for the fact that we have the second highest unemployment in the G7 and the fastest shrinking economy. And then he claims at the same time that the tariffs are really not so bad. So which is it? Why is our economy so weak? Because of his diplomatic failings abroad or his disastrous economic policies at home?
Pathology. Finish him.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
At
Mr.
least
Speaker,
stands up
as
now.
I've been saying all this year, long before the Leader of the Opposition caught up, the U.S. has fundamentally changed its trading policy with everyone. It is a rupture. In that environment, Canada has the best deal. But what we are doing is controlling what we can control, which is building Canada strong. November 4th, that side of the House is going to have a chance of whether they're going to...
So, November 4th is the budget, and I cannot wait to see the disaster we are heading toward. And I think there's a green or
The opposite, that the Mass Casualty Commission in Nova Scotia recommended that governments take decisive action to take assault-style firearms off our streets, Mr. Speaker. It is a critical part of the work in ensuring the safety and security of our communities. I want to thank the people of Cape Breton for the pilot program, Mr. Speaker. I know the police chief as well as men and women in uniform are very much engaged in this process. The pilot is working, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to reporting back to the House on its progress, and I also look forward to the expansion of the program nationwide.
The program has been dropped, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, eminent Arctic expert Professor Franklin Griffiths wrote that Canada needs to, quote, Canada needs to consider the possibility that the U.S. president will, without our permission, send American warships through the Northwest Passage as a show of force. He asked a very pertinent question, what will Canada do? And asked whether the Prime Minister would be prepared to start by thanking the Inuit people of Nunavut for protecting Canadian sovereignty through the assertion of Inuit ownership of those lands. Will the Prime Minister respond to that brilliant suggestion?
The Honourable Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our new government is strengthening Arctic security.
Gaslight and lies. It's the
people,
same bunch of people that's been in power for 10 years. Only Carney is changing peace.
And support resilient communities. We're working with Indigenous governments and territorial partners to ensure Canada's presence in the North is secure, visible, and enduring. That means investments in dual-use infrastructure like ports, airstrips, bridges, and clean energy. That reinforces defense priorities and lasting benefits to communities in the North.
Right on. So this is the end of that one. So bring the October 9th one.
October 9th. October 9th.
October 9th.
I find something.
9, 10, and the other two video.
I found something.
No, you did not. Don't lie.
What?
Energy.
I'm sorry. Were you eating on stream?
Maybe.
Nice question.
So, no, I found something. I was actually looking up a cross-reference it before I said it. So, it shows that he's walked away with no deal, which,
yeah, that's
strangely enough, as of here, if you want to share this, this was as of the 27th.
That's before the ad against the tariffs.
And he asked apparently Ford to not run the bashing Trump over the Reagan ad.
But that's a lie, because
he had to ask
Ford asked, "Can I run it?" And Carney said yes, and then Carney denies it. So
Carney
I don't know
was
who's lying, but I
denying
don't
it.
care who's lying. They both lie.
Now, this is as of, I guess, when the trade talks broke down, but this is the the two leaders, right? So basically, he'll add 10 cents per tariffs, basically, and that's basic. This is the latest, some of the latest, basically, if you think about it, because it is the first today. So, yeah,
no, it's not. The first is over. It's midnight now.
What?
The first is over. It's midnight.
Yeah.
It's the second, but this is like when you think of current. He tried to get a deal which would have been like 10 cents. I'm very happy we have a right deal with Canada. We're going to let it ride, like Air Force One. Now, the idea is he had some sort of deal, but it's like, 10 cents on it? Which I'm pretty sure when the stuff comes out.
Let's bring up the October 9th. But to go back to the October 8th chaos we had, it was so unique that even mainstream media could not look elsewhere and pretend it didn't happen. Every media, independent and government-funded media, were talking about how Carney lost his temper and got humiliated.
So they're talking. Which ones do you want now?
October 9th, October 10th, and the other two.
I can only present 3 at a time.
Okay, well, and what's very funny,
9,
and it just
10.
shows how we. Yeah, I've seen it, but I will place one of them soon. But what's tragic, insulting, and hilarious at the same time? Yes, it can be all of that. The Friday that followed that big Wednesday, because that was a Wednesday. CBC. Let me finish. Yeah. CBC, our broadcaster that's government funded, decided they'd clip question period, and usually they never do that. it's CPAC, an independent broadcaster that actually does the shooting of the question period. So for once, they decided to cover it the Friday that followed that Wednesday. And it's kind of key because they told the Liberal they would be filming it, but they didn't tell the Conservative. So what happens usually on Friday? It's a day where they have a lot of committee. So that means they are doing other stuff than question period. There are still people in question period, but that's the one day in the week where usually you don't see the opposition leader because the opposition leader is doing paperwork, or he is doing committee, or he is having meeting with the rest of the caucus, or he has important things to do that are not like to show I exist, I'm here. And that's on Fridays usually. So the room is empty. But that Friday, because the Liberal were warned that CBC would be shooting that question period, well, they decided, let's go full house while the other side is empty. It's kind of very deceptive. It's disgusting because someone that never really watches question periods sees CBC broadcasting it. That will look really good for the Liberals, but really bad for the Conservative, because Conservatives then get the memo because they are the opposition, and the Liberals are the one that are funding the really disgusting propaganda tool that the CBC is. Because yes, we have propaganda here in Canada. Our government-funded media is propaganda, like China style.
So basically, Doug Ford did the ad, the anti-tariff ad, which is just using Reagan's words
Oral
against.
question.
So basically, the ad. What's funny is it was about a week ago. The ad is just using Reagan's words why tariffs are bad against Trump. Now, Carney, you can say Carney's on the apology tour for it. Now, the thing about it is, I will probably bet Carney knew about it, but it could also be Doug Ford undercut him. Now,
no, I don't think so. I think he wanted to mess up the talks for the trade so he can still paint bad orange
Carney
man as
can't.
bad.
Okay, Carney, if it is okay.
Carney's stupid.
No. Carney already knows positioning is weak for him. If his ad, so making him look weaker, because they would be implying they have someone to replace Carney. Likely they don't.
They think if Carney can secure a deal by Christmas, they think that will protect
He might
them
get
if
a
they
deal
win.
by Christmas. It's just a question of a deal. The problem itself
by messing up. Look, Dragon, by messing up, that gives more time. Maybe they will trigger the election I told you about by making sure the budget fills.
Now, there's another side to this. Ford was already going to be moving. Well, I guess it was Ford and other auto manufacturers were already going to be moving plants back to the U.S. because of costs. They closing a plant takes time. You just don't make that on a whim. This was made probably the start of the year. And I mean, politically, they're like, well, oh shit, you're going to move it. But in theory, politicians will go, oh, it's that. But Carney already knows if his positioning is weak, especially if that budget, he goes, oh, we're going to have a budget. We're going to have a budget. I'm placing it right now. You're not going to get that budget in 2 days.
I'm telling you, if he doesn't provide a budget, the opposition will hammer it really hard, and it will be very bad for the Liberals. Like they don't have a choice. They need to give a budget, and I think if they don't have a budget, they cannot go on holiday Christmas. Like they cannot get Christmas off if they don't have a budget. But I might be wrong on that. I would need to double check, but I know for a fact that if they don't bring that budget November 4th, the opposition will just laugh it off, and it will be very bad for the Liberals. And like they cornered themselves because they kept pushing back. Like they were supposed to make a budget. Usually our budget is like
have a budget before
March. Usually it's March and April, but now we had elections, so that was their excuse, and they decided to do on vacation during the summer, which is ridiculous because they were campaigning. It's a crisis. It's an emergency. We need to do big things fast, but then they go on vacation for the summer. Yes, it's real. It's freaking stupid, but hey, it's
well, you have the period. Your government. It's like as I said. Governments work only on certain times. So there's
they work through the summer. We had in 2006. We had a conservative government, and it was the exact same case where they had an election. I think it was April or May, and they decided to sit through the summer and work. And they ended up with like a summer budget instead of a spring budget, which makes it even worse because now the Liberals have been in charge for 10 years now, and they cannot freaking provide a budget. I'm sorry, but that's just a joke. And again, the opposition will weaponize it. They can weaponize that. And
anything, because if the problem with Carney himself, Carney doesn't look strong. The issue itself is Polyev is probably the best shot conservatives have.
Yeah. Well, I think every conservative is really strong, but as of right now, I think he has the brand and the name.
The thing is, if another election happens, you need to be able to. Part of Polyev's issue was his image.
Yeah.
And the issue
and the propaganda, because the government
that doesn't help. Yeah, no.
The government media painted Poilievre as a mini Trump, and
there are
massive TDS here in Canada.
So basically, I'll let you before you continue. But here's the thing: you have to realize. Remember, as I said, Carney. Even I said it when during that is he can't necessarily project strength. Polyev could in a way, but he necessarily doesn't have the power himself. Now, I'm not saying that he is not able to defeat, but the problem is when you have all the extra people, they voted for Carney because he was a status quo.
Yeah. But I'm telling you this, Dragon, if we get an election this spring, they will have gotten a full year of doing nothing. And the NDP, one of the many reasons the NDP don't want an election right now, they don't have a leader right now, the NDP. And they got demoted from party status to just having seats in parliament because you need 12 seats to be party official party status, and that means more funding.
Well, they lost their party, so
yeah, and right now there are 7, and they will need a new leader, and they will need to build on that new leader if they want to ever come back. So that's another reason why, despite the Liberal painting the opposition as the one that wants an election, it's actually the Liberals because their numbers are in free fall right now. So let's play that question period now.
Statistical and objective fact. I very much empathize, not particularly with this honourable member who is reading the points that they sent in from the back room, but I do empathize with the people of Cambridge and the anxiety that is felt throughout the auto sector. It is not obvious that the President of the United States has put on the table tariffs that completely alter that sector and don't.
That's not even what he is. That's not even a good insult either.
We will defend those people.
The honourable member.
That's a passive-aggressive insult.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our government introduced Bill C-12 to secure and protect the integrity of Canada's immigration system, reinforce our border, and curb the transitional flow transnational flows of fentanyl. Can the Minister of Public Safety inform the House why we need to move swiftly to pass Bill C-12?
The Honourable Minister of Public
by the
Safety.
way,
Mr.
that's
Speaker,
one of
I
the
want to
things
thank the
with
member from
with
Bay of
China that
Quinte for
just
this very
happened.
important question and his very hard work. The strengthening Canada's immigration system.
Oh, by the way, fun fact. Part of that deal with China, with AFK is, let me say it, there was a backdoor deal that's in the works because China's been manufacturing the base that the fentanyl that's been going around the world. It's funny how all these nations talk about cracking down on it. It's largely coming from China. Now, the thing about it is, Trump was able to secure a potential agreement to crack down upon it. Now, the funny thing is, that will decrease the basic flow of fentanyl. See, the problem is, Canada can start thanking us. But liberals here are not going to thank Trump because that's part of the deal we have going with China with the last trade deal this week was to decrease the flow of the base ingredient, part to create the fentanyl crisis.
You know, it's kind of funny because the CCP are really meddling into our elections, and the liberals they like it. It's just
well, they
ridiculous.
have no, but the thing about it is, that's an actual real story that I just told you. That's part of that deal with China, where we have it because it's been no secret that the stuff has been coming out of China.
And you know what's ridiculous? Carney admits China is dangerous to Canada. He admits it in front of the camera, but then he really wants us to be closer and be really friends. Like he'd rather deal with China than with the USA, and it's kind of hilarious because I see the 3D chess. I see the 3D chess because he really likes China. He really likes communism. He really hates capitalism. He's a Marxist, and I ordered his book Values, which is probably socialist propaganda. But hey, I want to read it so I can.
What's funny is he
highlight
went
the
to
moment.
Asia. He went to Asia along with Trump, who was just over there,
and he didn't get any
he
deal.
didn't do as well.
No, nobody wants Canada. They're like, it's the bad neighbor you don't want to see. It's like,
well, no,
China.
China will come over and get the oil and shit from you guys. That's the thing about it.
Yeah.
So,
but again, he says China is a threat, yet we want to replicate them. We want to be in bed with them. It's so ridiculous.
Because if we don't,
the liberal not seeing that, it's just so sad.
It is bad. No, part of when the Keystone Pipeline fell through all those years ago.
That should have been
when the Keystone Pipeline fell through, because of part of the reason we wanted the Keystone Pipeline was because we were getting oil and gas from Canada because we have to bring it down by tankers or pipeline that comes from Alaska and goes through. We wanted to build one down from, because this stuff takes infrastructure to build. It would give us access. It would also give you guys jobs. So the thing about it is, when we didn't take it, China came in, tried to take it from the rest of people. That's when Trudeau started giving the oil and natural gas. So the problem, and it's part of the Belt and Road Initiative, China takes from smaller nations, brings it back to the motherland or fatherland, whatever they call it. They need it. That's what they do to places like Argentina and all the other African nations. All the rare earth they need for electronics, they carve it out of the ground and take it up there.
Yeah.
Now, that's the thing about when you're talking about being in negotiation. Carney can't really look strong. Like when he was in Japan and when he was in China, he didn't look strong.
It got pushed back by everyone.
That was just this week.
Yeah, I know. And Trump needed to mock him even more by saying we were not there for Canada.
He didn't have to. The problem is it was with I remember I literally remember this discussion because other stuff I keep up from my own channel and own stuff I want to talk about. But the idea is that deal that I told you about, we just struck with China, does give us, they want to talk about controlling fentanyl and stuff, go to the source. Now, I will say, we should have been blaming them before, but they don't tell you that publicly because unless you look at this yourself.
And I gotta say, Canada looks stupid because now we are the last country that didn't get a deal. The last big country that didn't get a deal. Even China got a freaking deal. It's ridiculous. I hate Carney so much.
And Borders Act will strengthen our border and keep Canadians safe. It will ensure guns and fentanyl are off our streets, Mr. Speaker, and it will
Good luck on
assist
that.
law enforcement with the required tools to do their job properly. I want to take this moment, Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me, to thank the frontline RCMP, CBSA, CSC, as well as CSIS staff who work on the front lines each and every day, and I want to wish them a happy Thanksgiving.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, this morning we learned that French only makes up 17% of the Prime Minister's speeches. When I had the honour of being part of the previous Conservative government, all speeches began in French, and today the leader of the official opposition gives French pride of place in his speeches. Mr. Speaker, we're not in England. This is Canada. Does the Prime Minister realize that French is also the language of business, both in Canada?
I know why he's like that.
I know why.
He's pandering to the Quebecer voting base, and he wants to take away some of the bloc support there. That's very clever. Do that.
Are you okay? Here's a big deal, and I say this like, you're going to see the problem between nationalist and globalist agendas now. Nationalism, there's nothing wrong with a nationalistic policy where you want to keep, like say Trump wants to make MAGA, like his intention is to make America strong. Canada, you could say, I want Canada strong. The difference between a globalist agenda and a person who relies on, you need what is quote unquote trade partners, but you should be able to first manufacture as much as you can and do as much as you can in your home nation. That's a big deal. The problem is if Canada gets a certain level of nationalism, and it's not a bad term to take to the other, just invest in your own country. The problem is corporate money will leave. If you have an environmental policy that discourages mining, they're not going to open new mines in Canada. If you have to go through an entire policy, years of regulation, super years, and they go, oh, they only want mining because they want to destroy the environment. No, opening a mine, even in the U.S., takes years and a bunch of damn regulations.
Add 10 years to that if it's Canada. Whatever it takes in the USA, they add more.
And
Mr. Speaker, we're not in England. This is Canada. Does the Prime Minister realize that French is also the language of business, both in Canada and throughout the world?
But you should also keep France as your national language or your identity.
Of identity and Canadian culture. Mr. Speaker, I have some news from my colleague
I
across the way.
cannot stand that. Yeah.
We are the government that has done the most to help official languages in
I feel
Canada.
like I say
We
that
modernized
the
the Official
most
Languages
liberal.
Act,
I hate them all.
and we offered $4 billion in investment. That's historic for official languages throughout the country. For the first time in the history of the country, we reached our targets of Francophone immigration outside Quebec. We're going to ensure that those targets then reach 12%. That's historic. That's what I would like to tell my colleague.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I often hear parties in the House say they support workers. In fact, I've heard a lot about workers today. Yet when I tabled my bill to protect the right to strike and collective bargaining, crickets from the Liberals and Conservatives. So words are one thing, action is another. If the Liberal government really respects workers, will they protect their rights by supporting my bill to remove Section 107 from Canada's Labour Code? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Jobs
That's the
and
yes no
Families.
question, folks.
We have significantly strengthened the rights of organized labor in this country, starting in 2015 when the Liberal government repealed union-busting legislation that was presented and passed by those Conservatives. Another untrustworthy move, Mr. Speaker, strengthening the Canadian Labour Code, making scab labor illegal, and investing in union-based training. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work with labor organizations and businesses to make sure that the relationship remains balanced and productive.
Scab labor is not okay. So scab labor is basically when a union doesn't want to use their job. Okay, so a company has an issue, so they bring in scabs. That's funny. I've not heard that word in years.
And I will also tell you this: she is so hypocrite because she is a minister, and this summer we had a big strike with Air Canada, and they decided, the Liberal government through her decided to side with Air Canada, and guess what? They used a law against that strike, so they basically broke that strike, and they abused their power, and then they pretend they are the party of the Charter of Rights.
Okay, so a union, you know what a scab worker is? You heard that term before? So a scab worker is a non-union worker brought in to work a union job. So let's assume there's a strike with said whatever industry. They bring that in. So if there's a provision, now this can go one of two ways. That means it allows a business to break a union agreement to bring on workers to work, or the people can disavow union agreements to have scab workers work in and work what should be union jobs. Think about that one, if that makes sense. Because if that's that provision, yeah, that's a little bit dirty, but jobs do bring in non-union labor to do their stuff.
Yeah. So let's get into the next question period. Let's do this.
It's kind of strange, but if you do have anti-scab, like there's going to be union jobs, because here's the funny thing. Why unions have so many issues. So union benefits. The reason why our grandparents could keep up jobs like that is it takes like 3 to 4 workers working at that job to pay the pension of the person who's retired, right? In theory, some unions cost more than what they're putting in or out. Like a teachers get paid. Like I've seen some of the laziest teachers, just because they're union jobs, they get paid handsomely hand over fist. But they're the shittiest things ever. And then unions go, you can't fire these people, et cetera, right? Yeah. All of these things. But the unions can turn around and cause more job issues. Crazy.
Let's play that question period.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Liberal policies are causing a deepening youth unemployment crisis, leaving the next generation in an increasing state of desperation.
That's already been in the
Today's
U.S.
unemployment numbers show a further spike in youth
That's getting
unemployment.
better.
Now
Us, it's worse because we still have the foreign worker program that's outdated and stupid.
Well, technically, hell, there's high school workers that can work at a Chick-fil-A and get $13 an hour.
Do they understand that these unemployment numbers aren't just hurting youth today, but are setting them up for more struggle and pain throughout their lives?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, Secretary of State for Youth.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about those jobs numbers today. Statistics Canada reported that employment has increased by 60,000 jobs.
Lion Gatsby.
That is 28,000 jobs in manufacturing, 14,000 new jobs in healthcare, 106,000 full-time jobs, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan, we are making progress, and we are going to be there to
60,000 full-time jobs. I want to see proof of that.
That's what I think. That's the Lion and
Mr. Speaker, only an out-of-touch Liberal would try to congratulate themselves when we have a significant increase in youth unemployment in this country. These are the facts. Over 17,000 young people in Ontario alone
Get the next two
lost their
videos
jobs
ready.
in the last month. Overall unemployment remains at 17.1% and continues to
C8
increase
and
in
C9.
major cities, including the city where that parliamentary secretary is supposed to represent. How can these Liberals dare try to pat themselves on the back when Statistics Canada today shows even more young people out of work?
Very good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let's deal in facts here. These jobs numbers are for September. At the end of a summer, many youth are actually leaving jobs, going back to school, back to other work.
See, yes, this is partly true, but also part
what the Liberal
bullshit.
government is doing. We're investing $1 billion,
Well,
for example, in
liberal.
red seal
What do you
trades for
expect? I
apprenticeships.
don't expect
We're investing
Even
in more
in the
integrated
US,
learning. We're
people
investing
need
in
jobs.
co-ops,
That's
Mr.
summer.
Speaker. But most importantly,
Because they want to
we are
focus
going
on
to be
school.
building the
Parents
houses
go,
and
"You're gonna
investing
work
in the
in the summer
projects
to
that are
have
going
your
to
money."
create tens of thousands of jobs for all Canadians right across the country, beginning with our young people.
But
So,
okay, you remember I was telling you. You remember I was telling you about full-time jobs versus part-time jobs.
Yeah.
International Development,
Well, sorry
update
about
the
that.
House.
But full-time jobs, they're saying we created 60,000 jobs. Okay, here's the thing. It's not the problem that youth unemployment can be really shitty. The issue itself is, okay, I live in an area with a bunch of high school students. They can go work at a Chick-fil-A, it's like a fast food restaurant or a job. They can get paid $13 an hour. They'll have a company that works with them. I mean, they can only really work them. They go, we're going to give you a job, but you got to get off at like curfew time or whatever. But in reality, they close at like, let's say 10 o'clock, but they don't work the other ones late. But it gives worth ethic. But that's a generational problem between generations, Multi. You can't just put work ethic in. I know it sounds weird. All liberals are like, you can just create jobs. You can turn an economy around. It takes more than that. You want manufacturing jobs? I say this for liberals and conservatives. I've said this about...
like, so business want to open here.
Let's assume Trump secured. Remember I was telling you about that deal to make 5 semiconductor plants in like Arizona and Nevada?
Yeah.
You need that. Get that built. That gets that. And then they have to follow through. That's how you get manufacturing back. Yes, it takes 6 months or it takes time to build those plants, but they can get you jobs maybe in a quarter.
Yeah.
A lot of lives. Municipal police across Canada have been saving lives with AEDs for years. RCMP officers are already trained how to use AEDs. Equipping all RCMP vehicles.
AEDs is the defibrillator. It's the machine that can restart heart.
Okay, that could be have that.
We have a lot of these here in Canada.
But that can also
save
kill
upwards
people.
of 300
Yeah.
lives per year. Therefore, after 10 years in government, why haven't the Liberals installed AEDs in all RCMP cruisers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
RCMP is the FBI, but for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, this is an option that has been looked at. It's fully valid. It involves costs and working with local organizations as well as the local police forces. There are similar programs in several provinces that are successful defibrillators, and AEDs are an effective way to save lives.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. September's job numbers are out, and it's more bad news. Unemployment remains at a 10-year high, and the situation is getting worse for young people who face the highest unemployment rate since 2010. 1 in 6 youth are out of work, with many more underemployed and unable to gain experience in their chosen careers. This is not only unfair to them, it's damaging our economy as their skills and talents go untapped. What is this government doing to address this unprecedented jobs crisis, especially for young Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, today's job numbers are actually good for Canadians. They show that there are 60,000 net new jobs, 100,000 new jobs in full-time work, and over 28,000 new jobs in manufacturing.
That's what we lost
This government
since
is
July.
squarely focused on young people and making sure that we're going to have good career-building jobs for the future. That's why we are making major investments right now in major projects right across the country, building homes at a scale we haven't seen since World War II. These are the
no house are built, by the way.
Our liberals say this too.
Thank you.
I roll my eyes every time I hear
Higher
it.
unemployment for young people is not good news. Yesterday, I met with the Elbows Up for Climate Coalition, a national group of mayors calling for federal investments to prevent and mitigate the ravages of climate change. They explained the real costs of failing to do so, including catastrophic destruction in places like Jasper, to the high cost of food due to crop failure and drought. Folks can't get insurance and they need help to retrofit their homes. Will this government help their communities take action on the climate and put young people to work through the NDP's Youth Climate Corps?
You can't
The
see.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister.
Fun fact. Fun fact. I wish you could have seen that. Just the other day, Bill Gates, who had been pumping money into the green energy sector for a decade.
He admitted that's a scam.
You heard about it too?
I did laugh so hard. I was like,
Bill Gates!
I knew it!
This is a story that is real.
And you see, mainstream media here, they don't talk about it.
That was talked about here.
Here, if you listen to CBC, they don't talk about it. I heard about it only because I watched so much independent media. They are like my go-to for information, because CBC, they didn't mention it. It's like it didn't happen, but they know. If independent media knows about it, there's no way in hell CBC didn't hear about that. But that goes back to what I said. Media here in Canada, when you're funded by the government, you are a propaganda
And
tool.
the funny thing is, if you go back to Obama's era, when he was like all about put solar panels on stuff, it's gonna make everything better, right? I'm not saying that that's a total lie, but there was a tax rebate program on that. That is a thing of that's how they were doing it. And it's such, I'm not telling you. You ever want to know one of the biggest gaslights and lies of the last decade? It's all these people are like, oh, I'm going to do this.
And then they don't do anything.
Environment and climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And every
Think
time
about that
I
every
come
time
out
you
here,
hear
I talk to the
about
last two people I
climate
talked to
change.
are my children, 17 and 14, and I think about their future. And I know this Liberal government has a strong message that we want to fight, protect, and build Canada strong while protecting our environment. And that's the commitment I have for them. That's the commitment this side has for all children and youth right across this country, that this country will be one that's even better and brighter for them to inherit in this generation and next generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, and that concludes question period for today. Routine business.
Now,
the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. During question period, the parliamentary secretary.
I will say this. We move on to the next video, and
I'm going to be honest. You know how many they talk about green energy policy? I swear to God, everyone up there, if they talk about that, that's been one of the biggest drains in government funding forever.
yeah,
See,
here it's worse. If you think it's bad where you live, bro, like Canada,
it's not. No, Texas. Okay, do you know
we have literal law that stop us from getting prosperity because oil bad. This is how
Okay,
bad
no.
it is here in
What's
Canada.
funny is, so O'Reilly was talking about this the other day.
Valid point, Professor, and I know that Minister Fraser.
Okay, I was going to say this. He was talking about windmills and water power, right? So he lives up in Rhode Island, which is outside New York City. They put out windmills on the coast for the wind. It only powers an island of 12,000 people, and they're the size of skyscrapers. And you're going to tell me that that's a long-term energy policy, and half the time they break down.
Yeah,
No one looks
I
at,
know.
no one-
Or they freeze when it's winter.
We're not even talking the solar farms they stick in. We're not even talking the solar farms that they stick in the desert that actually kill animals around it, or the chemicals used to keep that stuff running. Yeah, no, they don't talk about that. Oh, sorry.
So we will explain briefly what will happen next. Well, we covered Bill C8, C9, 2 censorship laws, and this is the rest of the stream. We talk about censorship a bit more because there's more content. I feel like we kind of miss out on that. And now we will get to see a committee about C9, which is a censorship law that will turn Canada into the UK, where if you tweet something the government doesn't like, jail. This is what we are getting. So let's hear about that liberal witness. You will already know by her looks, and we will have very juicy moments there. Let's get into
the nose ring, the nose ring theory.
No, you will see.
Important to go back, have meeting.
Well, I spoiled it already.
And that the ambition.
7, as proposed by Clause 4, and have it reflect quite accurately what is said in the leading cases of Canada, particularly Whatcott, as myself and Professor Party have highlighted.
Thank you so much. My next question will be for Ms. Al-Azam. We've seen a rise in, hate-motivated threats and vandalism against mosques and other cultural centers and synagogues and other religious institutions. How meaningful is this legislation for those communities who simply want to gather and worship in peace?
I very much appreciate your question. I think, again, I can understand that the ambition behind this legislation may be very noble in attempting to address hate, but if you do it to Professor Alford's point, if you do it in a way that's going to go beyond what you're setting out and going to infringe upon people's free speech rights, that really is a huge concern for all community members, including the community members that we're purporting to protect. And I maybe would just also note that as far as the Muslim community goes, a lot of I see day in and day out the cases that come across my desk. Just this past week, right, a violent assault on a Muslim woman in Toronto, viciously beat on the streets of Toronto. unfortunately, those kind of obstruction provisions really don't address a lot of the real life cases that I get that come across my desk. So I think this is where it's really important to go back, have meaningful consultation, and make sure that we strike the right balance and get the right type of legislation move forward.
It's all about balance, but what if these consultations took place? Would you do differently? Would you suggest differently?
Oh, like, I mean, for instance, the 2.2 sub C, right? The concerns there about like confusion and resemblance, certainly that should not make its way forward. Even, you can't even train your way out of something like that. You can't train law enforcement out of something that is ambiguous in the way that it's even defined, right? To effectively criminalize confusion. So I would start off by removing those very, very obvious concerning portions, having real consultations with civil society community members, looking at whether that means looking at the definition, making sure that we get that right balance, and then making sure that what we're proposing actually addresses the real causes that we're seeing of hatred, and don't unduly restrict people's legitimate rights, as the CCLA pointed out earlier.
So, to summarize, she is a witness that should be in favor of that bill. And she admits, as someone that should be super hyped about it, that this one hinders and endanger freedom of speech here in Canada. And she's like, it's too broad, it's too vague. We need more select, more precise word and definition of things that could lead to imprisonment or that could lead to punishment through C9, which is hilarious. She is the one guest that should be, yeah, that's perfect the way it is, but no, she stand by it.
Multi, there's something. Okay, I'm gonna run something past you. If you do not know about this, feel free, and I can fill you in at some point. There is an alliance that's been forming between Islamists, socialists, Marxists, and communists, and then the progressives. They've done this to take down governments in Europe. They've been doing this in the U.S., like with Mandani. Mandani's running as a progressive liberal with a socialistic standard, while being the Muslim. And this is nothing against Islamists, but how they take over a country, what gets me is they go, well, there's all this crime against mosques, all of this. Whether you're in the UK or in America, they don't think about all the anti-Semitism that's been on the rise for the last decade. Now, it is funny she brings this up, but I'm not sure in Canada if all those attacks are real or it's perceived. I know in the U.S., when they claim we're persecuted.
I will be honest. I don't think it's real.
Well, what about the church burnings? I've been hearing about church.
Yeah, the church burning is actually true, but it's Christian church. It's not even like the mosque.
It's a church. What about attack on synagogues?
I only heard about one mosque many years ago, but the guy was like, yeah, that guy really, that was a real thing. That mosque attack was actually real. And I think he shot like 5 or 6 persons, and
it's not a constant.
No, it's rare. Like one time I know it happened. I think that was like 2022 or 2023, maybe even longer than that. But it's not a thing that happens often.
That's why I asked this.
I think if it happens often, we don't hear about it. I don't think it happens, because really the only case I can think of is really a mosque shootout that happened like 3-4 years ago.
Because that's why I'm asking this.
I think it only happened once, really. Like maybe they pretend there are other cases, but I don't think there are other cases.
Okay, because this is the reason why you would strengthen hate crime legislation.
Well, they use Kirk as an excuse. That's the big silver bullet. We don't want a Kirk here. Therefore, we need to limit your speech. Amazing, right?
I mean, it's a very much a tippity-toe line of trying to, because I can tell you, if the next attack, so to speak, right, coming from people, because in the US, we've already seen it amongst our liberals, they're like basically saying that said population is peaceful, and we're finding out they're not.
Yeah, there's a group I know is not peaceful. And I don't know which group exactly, but I know there's one, and they have prayers and chants that are about like ending other groups and promoting genocides, and we have that kind of stuff happening here. And when you do that kind of prayer, there's already laws in place that tells you it's hate speech if you incite to violence. And it's already in our current laws. But the thing is, they don't enforce it. They don't enforce it.
That's a problem, because
we already have.
And I'm not saying that all Islamic people are violent. They do have a sect of it.
But I know for a fact, like some of the prayers, I don't know who it's coming from, but I've heard a lot of stories of these people doing protests and doing chants and prayers about like ending the enemy and the not so religious people.
Oh yeah, you will.
It happens. This thing happens a lot.
Oh no, you will hear it out of the mosques. It's been in the
what's frustrating is the mainstream media, they stand by it, but then
they don't talk about it.
But
they don't.
No, they do talk about it here, but they defend it and they think it's fine. But if you are a right-wing extremist, you're dangerous.
That's the problem with it in reality, where
you can call on to genocide as long as
I'm not saying that her message is wrong. She may claim that, but like this is what I'm seeing out of Canada. All these people want to do hate crime because they feel like it's not being reported enough. Okay.
Oh, it is reported. It's just accepted because
to me it's so rampant that
it's not rampant, but
you
it's
need
happening.
Additional enforcement.
Oh yeah, that for sure. You don't need this additional enforcement because we already have laws. They just don't give a crap when it's
enforce your ones you got on the book.
The unfaithful ones.
Right, legitimate rights to free speech, free expression, and free assembly.
Thank you so much. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Ms. Al-Azim, you're Director of Legal Affairs for the National Council of Canadian Muslims. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about Section 319. Do you know what the phrase intifada means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
Intifada means is a form of revolution.
It's a violent resistance, correct?
There are a number of different intifadas. There was a bread intifada in Egypt that came in. It was about economic
In the context of intifada against Jews in the state of Israel, intifada is violent resistance. Are you going to suggest that it doesn't involve violence?
I think
she's like overly on the defensive.
Okay, Multi, let me. You remember I was talking about the Islamic groups that quote unquote don't have friendly people in them, and what he straight up asked her, do you know what an God, I can't sleep. Intifada is or whatever?
Intifada, yeah.
That shit. I can't sleep for you, but that is, we in the U.S. have had hearings for years where I live in Texas, right? Which is north central Texas. We have an entire, one of the second largest Islamic communities outside of Dearborn, Michigan. right? Up there, down here, they teach Sharia law in schools. Now, many people, if you do not know what that is, these people, like when her look on her face, this is not just made up stuff. You can look this stuff up yourself. They're
made up.
They're like, well, this is just peaceful. But not all do it. I'm just like, well, balls on the guy for asking it. But that's why it took her like, oh shit. Because if I answer this wrong, because in the US, we've been trying to go after. So in France, when they started allowing all the Islamic people in, they established Sharia law zones. So if a girl gets SA'd going through there, and eventually they turned into Sharia law zones where police had no-go zones. So they were also promoting hate crimes such as anti-Semitism and attack on other people around.
That's exactly what he's mentioning right now. That kind of stuff happens here.
That's a little bit of background, probably a little more than you were wondering, but that's a little bit, because when you want to learn about Islamic extremism to a degree, you learn about this.
Yeah.
There's Christian extremism too and all others, but that's a clear sign.
Her reaction is like, I got caught!
Because she is supposed to be the government one. What's funny is we're finding in the U.S., Multi, they're coming into the U.S. as minority status, right?
Yeah.
You get the idea? But they're also using our government programs and our government initiatives to claim and undermine our system. Remember, as I said, the liberal progressives, the socialists, and all of them, they're working together to take down like Western governments.
Yeah.
Because they come over knowing we're supposed to be tolerant and we won't question them.
Yeah.
I think it can involve violence, but I think it can also not involve. Are we really having a discussion about Arabic translation? I speak Arabic. Do you speak Arabic?
I speak a little bit of Arabic. So I thank you for conceding that in that context it involves violence. So now the term intifada is shouted every day on Canada's streets, whether it's Viva Viva Intifada or Globalize the Intifada, which means bring the Intifada here to Canada. So in your view, when that is being chanted in a North York neighborhood, is that incitement to violence or not?
Let me be clear. This has always been the case of the position of the National Council of Canadian Muslims. If anybody is espousing any form of hatred against any group, and that includes anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, any other group against an identifiable group, that is incorrect.
I'm talking about the second section in 319. I'm not talking about hatred. I'm talking about incitement to violence, which is the other section. So my question to you again, if you already concede that this is violence and it is shouted on Canadian streets, do you agree with me that the chant globalize the Intifada or Viva Intifada is incitement to violence, yes or no?
I think that your question actually really belies a lot of the problems with bringing this bill forward, and I think it belies some of let's say, motivations behind bringing it at this point. I think Professor Party was referring to the convoy. We saw a number of hate.
Okay, I have seen a video. You know how many Twitter videos I've seen about just man on the street interviews? They talk to Muslims. They'll go up, whether this is in Europe, one just happened to be in Canada, and I wish I saved it and bookmarked it, and it's real. A Muslim immigrant is talking to this guy, and you see this in Europe, the UK a lot as well. We're going to dominate you. They say this in their own words. In 30 years, we will have more children than you, and we will be the majority because you're not having children.
Yeah.
We will take over. And I was looking, I go, this is Europe. No, this was in Canada.
I know.
And this was, granted, people don't think this is real. And
I know it's real.
You
I
know
live
it
here.
is.
I know
I'm
what's
saying for
going
people who
on.
watch this, we're not being Islamophobic. This is actually what they say. The average immigrant that comes over, they'll have kids. Well, the rest of the people aren't. But then they'll go, we'll be the party in power in 20 or 30 years. The funny part is, she's now shipping back to the trucker convoy. They know, because when you see this brought up here, you only see this in committee hearings. Because what you will find is, I'm surprised he asked, but she goes, oh, but about the trucker convoys, Yeah, what if she says the trucker convoys were racist? Oh, God, we hear crap like that here, but they go, oh, but you got extremists here. You got Christians here that are terrible.
And you know what's the most hilarious part about the trucker convoy? One of the two behind it, one of the two leaders, if we can call him that way, he voted liberal prior. So that was his wake-up call, and he's behind the trucker convoy. So when people are like, it's all right, and the guy voted liberal in the election just before it.
She's supposed to be a professor.
Hilarious.
She's a professor of this stuff.
No, but do you get what I'm saying,
Yes.
Dragon?
Yes,
they
I do.
painted every trucker as right-wing, yet one of the two bosses voted liberal just before. Like, in that election prior was like, not even 6 months, it was like 3 months before the convoy. So, it's just hilarious.
But the funny part about these people, they exist up there. And don't get me wrong, you have radical Christians, but they're very rare. The problem itself is...
I don't know any radical Christians.
I know some people who are pretty extreme, but the problem itself is there's a whole dive into people. These are the people who want hate laws. They'll be the first to line up behind the government, but you will be the fine. They go, you just found the random Muslim that there was an entire sect. They will be outed at their mosque.
Slogans and hateful logos and symbols around the convoy. We saw a number of them. There was no attempt to bring a bill like this forward. So I think, if anything, your question is actually belying that this is meant in order to curb the civil liberties of the millions of Canadians who have taken to the streets peacefully to oppose genocide.
I'm perplexed.
By the way, her stammering. But after the truckers... No, last I checked, Trudeau tried to take everything from them.
Yes.
They tried to freeze their assets. He used
the
Emergency Act.
He freezed the asset.
He used the Emergency Act, and then it was upheld by the court, and she has the balls and the gall to say this is targeting and deflect. Yeah, no.
So that's what I was saying. Even the liberal is like, your law is dangerous.
That a Canadian lawyer somehow could justify incitement to violence. I'm also a lawyer, and I'm very perplexed by her position. Hamas is a listed terrorist entity in Canada. Do you think it should be legal to fly a Hamas flag on a Canadian street?
To be clear, this bill goes much beyond that. And
just answer my question, please. I'm not asking beyond. I'm just asking about the flag. Should it be lawful? Should it be lawful to fly Hamas flag in North York?
And I will say this. You mentioned that because C9 has an area about symbols. So you see, he's using the law he is against. He is using it to flip it on someone else so they see it themselves, that flip the scenario, that law is actually really bad. This is exactly what
the thing
it's
is,
doing.
you hope that she has self-reflection.
But she doesn't.
The problem here is, and this is the thing about the October 7th attacks, it exposed a lot of people, and it exposed an entire problem that was with the liberals in the U.S. They've been backing trans issues, Hamas. There was a whole bunch of people, they go, oh, Israel bad. It brought a whole new wave of further anti-Semitism to the forefront and proved that the Democrats, there were Democrats that came out to support Hamas after October 7th, that it wasn't just doubling and tripling down. Now, the problem, I don't know in Canada if you guys have the same problem, but it was a mask-off moment for people where they're like, oh, but here, as I
we
said.
got Carney siding with Hamas. I mean.
But I'll say this, and here's the funny thing in the U.S. Look, I've said this before. I don't care if you're a Black Panther, a Klansman, or Hamas. You have the free right to march down the street in protest. If you want to come down in full robes, everything else, don't be violent. You can protest in the streets in the U.S. with whatever flag you want. You will be judged by people like in the clans of Black Panthers, anybody. Yeah. But we have that God-given right. Just don't be right. Don't be inciting violence. That's simple.
I think that it really depends on a lot of different things. What's the intention of the person flying it? And again, this is why something of this nature that impacts civil liberties does need to be examined very clearly. And I'd just like to say that I did not concede that Intifada is violent. I specifically did not concede that.
All right. And do you, if a person is chanting Intifada and they're holding a flag of a terrorist entity like Hezbollah,
that's 10 years in jail.
Should that be criminalized in your view or not?
Again, my view is that this bill isn't even, it's not even scratching that surface. Because let me give you an example of what we've seen and my concern for this bill. Over the last year, we've seen Shia, members of the Muslim Shia community every year take to a procession, right? It's called the Arba'in. And
what's that? What happened? Bro, are you here? Dragon? Dragon! The dragon froze. The dragon froze. So I guess I will screen share that video. There we go. Boom. Okay. I'm still here. We are still there. I think the dragon froze. There we go.
right, it's called the Arba'in, and they take to the streets. They took to the streets in Montreal wearing a green headband with Arabic calligraphy on it.
I wasn't asking about signals. I'm sorry, my time is short. I only have about 30 seconds. I refer you to the NCCM statement of October 8th in response to October 7th. Why did the NCCM statement of October 8th fail to mention the word Hamas? A day after the October 7th attack, why did your organization, in the statement that it issued, why did it not mention the word Hamas once?
I don't know how that's even relevant to the provisions that we're discussing here.
Why did your statement fail to condemn the October 7th attack?
So what? So sorry, listen, with all due respect, I think that my community has overseen the largest attacks of deadly attacks against an identifiable group in the G7 under in the past few years, and I think that, and I've had to attend the burial of my community members.
Do you condemn the
frankly,
October
the
7th
political
attack?
class has allowed to fester, in part because
Can't answer a single
Do you
question.
condemn the October 7th attack by Hamas? Do you condemn it?
Do you condemn Israeli genocide?
I'm asking the question.
I condemn the death of any innocent life. Do you?
Thank you,
course.
Mr.
No,
Thank you.
you
Thank you, Mr.
don't.
Baber.
Would you agree that the government has a responsibility to ensure that Canadians
Oh,
live,
that guy, I cannot stand him.
can live and worship safely, free from...
That guy is a liberal MP, and it's a bloodbath, all bad he is, but that's what I wanted to cover. So there's only one more video we need to get into, and that's the C8 one. Do you still have it on your computer?
Yes. Which is the title of it?
What
do you mean? The Chinese guy that's going to defend him?
No, he will defend the bill because he's a liberal. But
Well,
how bad is it? Conservative rip apart Bill C8.
What's the thumbnail?
The how bad is it? Bill C8 challenged. And that's the last one for tonight.
Problem is it downloads in a weird way. Hold on. I do have it. It's just a question of it didn't download said way. What was the one you just played?
I played the one with the hijabi girl. It's free speech doomed. Oh, there we go.
Why the secrecy? Like, why are there the secrecy provisions provided in this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Maybe I would.
Sorry.
I will cut the sound here because I know there's copyright music.
Well, the problem itself is...
Many people online have accused the Conservatives of staying silent on Bill C8, claiming they haven't pushed back on the government's sweeping cybersecurity powers. But the reality is the complete opposite. Yesterday, Conservative MPs pressed officials hard on C8's potential charter violations, warning that the bill could give the government unrestrained authority to target individual Canadians without a warrant and in secret.
Potentially, yeah.
Let's take a look.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh, and this brings us to MP Lloyd for 6 minutes.
Had you for an hour just before this. It was in camera. We asked some good questions and we got some answers. And so for the interest of transparency, I'm going to kind of re-ask similar questions and hope that we can get the same answers. Now, I noted that under the CSIS Act for their threat reduction measures, that you have to get a warrant in order to move forward from the federal court. It's not clear under this legislation whether the government would need a warrant to move forward with the actions that they're giving themselves the power to do. Why is that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. The powers under C8 concern the ongoing regulation in terms of the security of underlying infrastructure. So in the instance of telecommunications, it's Bell's network infrastructure. They do not engage with certain charter rights or privacy considerations in that context.
That's a half-truth. That's also gaslighting at the same time, because with this bill, you can target specific individual. So for him to pretend no, it's just disgusting. Yeah, that's one of the people brought in by the fabulous Liberal Party that pushes for censorship. Amazing.
That's similarly how telecommunications operators are currently regulated. So, for instance, in the allocation of spectrum licenses that necessary to run their wireless networks. That's currently an authority under the Minister of Industry. And there's no need for judicial oversight.
So we talked about a specified person in the previous hour, and you told me that they're a legal entity, not necessarily a natural person. There's a concern that when you have legislation that's written to say that the minister has the authority to order the telecoms to cease providing services to a specified person, there's a fear that we're talking about individual Canadians. Can you provide us with, if you believe an individual Canadian is a threat to the telecommunications system, there was degrading the system, disrupting the system, manipulating the system, why is there no requirement for a warrant in that case?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. In the context, if I understand the question correctly, for instance, in the regarding the authority to withdraw services from an entity. In that context, so first of all, the authorities are scoped in terms of needing to protect the Canadian telecommunications system. So that means that the individual commentary of Canadians or their ongoing traffic online is not germane to that, just in practical terms. So that would be in the context, for instance, of a distributed denial of service attack, which is flooding a network and preventing essentially the operation of it for other Canadians.
We call that
the use of that
cyber
authority
attacks?
needs to be reasonably necessary to advance the
Cyber
stated goals.
terrorism?
So it can't just be on a whim. It
And
needs
you
to
know what? If
actually
you got a
be
cyber case
tied
like
to the
that, just send the RCMP. Just go arrest them. You don't need to deplatform them.
Not really.
Gravity
You don't have to. That's the
of
funny
the
part
threat
about
that's
it.
in question.
Just send the RCMP.
And we are
Boom.
dealing with
Jail time.
circumstances
That's
that,
federal, even in the
where time is
US.
of the essence, where these are
Because
services
the
that Canadians
RCMP
rely on for
could
life and death
arrest
to be able to
people,
call
but
911 or
no,
to
they
do
just won't
something
give the
things
government
of that
powers they
nature.
don't need.
And so there are considerations about being able to move quickly.
Okay, so being an IT guy, this is all in my wheelhouse, as well as the wheelhouse of many, many of our viewers. So if you don't mean, I'm speaking to the Liberals now, if you don't mean that this legislation is meant to target an individual Canadian, then maybe write it that way in the Act. Because they're saying, well, it's not an individual person, it's an individual entity. Well, it says individual person in the Act. So maybe that should be amended before it's voted on. Just a suggestion. And the other thing is that they say, well, what we mean is that if there's a situation where there's an entity that's causing a deliberate denial of service attack, that's a DDoS attack. You've probably heard that acronym out there. And what a DDoS attack is essentially you flood a system or a website in order to crash it, right? So it makes a website completely inaccessible. And they say, well, time may be of the essence, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so time may be of the essence, but at the same time, you need to structure this properly. You have to actually put in to the law the restrictions on that power. You can't just say, well, it gives them the power to do X. And then you just say, well, it's meant to do this. It's meant to do this. No, I want to see that in the law, please. I really do. Because as written, people could come after Northern Perspective. People could come out, or the government could come after Northern Perspective. The government could go after Juno News. The government could go after anybody that they wanted.
They can't go after
you
me.
need to specifically say a specified entity, not a person. And you need to specify the scenarios on which you would be able to do that. That way, the government would have to prove that an entity is causing a deliberate denial of service attack to say, the 911 infrastructure or things like that. Now we're talking. Now it makes a lot more sense. And Canadians can kind of get behind that. So you need to look at doing this because that is the whole concern with the specific part of the law, that you're attacking or targeting an individual person, and then the government can do that whenever they want.
Why the secrecy? Why are there the secrecy provisions provided in this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. So generally speaking, the secrecy provisions are both not necessary and not like operationalizable. So when we're dealing with equipment that applies to all telecom carriers, like 99.9% of the time, we're going to be going out with a public consultation with rules, and we want everyone to know the rules of the road. There can be some specific circumstances where, for instance, an operator has a vulnerability in their network that's very specific, where disclosing that vulnerability would essentially invite hackers to like flood the zone while that operator is trying to get that under control.
They would fucking do
So
that
that's the
anyways.
use case for the confidential order making provision. It does include oversight, for instance, notification requirements to NCIRA and NSICOP so that they have line of sight and ensure that the power is being used appropriately. It's also subject to the annual reports to Parliament. So even though...
Yeah, sorry, that doesn't fly. So why the need for secrecy? Well, you know, in 99% of the cases, it won't be secret. Yeah, but it says in the law. You're essentially saying, trust us, even though it says in the law that basically this
I
law
froze
remains
bank
secret,
account. Trust
we're
me,
not
bro.
going to make it secret. Just trust us. Yeah, I don't think so. And I wouldn't care if this was a conservative government or a liberal government. The point is any government, because the law cannot be framed only in the context of the party that is putting it into place. Now, in this case, it's the Liberals, so I definitely don't trust them. But even if it was the Conservatives, I would have the exact same criticism because it's not going to just be that particular Conservative government. I may trust that Conservative government, but there may be governments that come after them that I don't trust. And this is where we have to say the test for a law must be assuming you have a government with ill intent, and how would they use that? So for him to say, well, you know, there may be vulnerabilities, well, that's fine. You can, this still doesn't wash from an IT perspective. You can have the government say, well, we've directed Rogers to shut down this portion of their network for specific reasons. So if they're shutting down the network or they're limiting it, which IT people can do,
yeah,
what's the concern? There wouldn't be any need to make it secret. And then he goes on to say, well, you know, and this is going to be, you know, reviewed by NCIRA and NSICOP and to make sure that the law is being used appropriately. Oh, you mean those committees where we're not allowed to see any of the information, right? You mean those committees where it's all secret and we would never know if they say that the law is not being used correctly. Sorry, this all relies on trust. It has to be enshrined in the law exactly what you're going to do and when you're going to do it, especially when you are granting yourself more power. You're granting yourself more power. All of the limits have to be outlined in the law.
Review, like if somebody feels that these decisions are infringing on their charter rights?
Certainly anyone can go to the courts with an application of judicial review. And
if you got 10K in your pocket,
anything, how would they go to the courts?
We still need to consult the affected parties. Like that's a bedrock. That's a provision of the bill, and it's also a bedrock provision of administrative law. So, like though the entity affected still needs to have the opportunity to make their case about how the order may affect them. And they can go to the court, as well as, again, the notification to review bodies and the annual report to Parliament, which even if it doesn't disclose the individual, like the detailed nature of the order, still needs to describe the activities as well as their necessity.
Is there a time limit on those things? Like it says specified time. I only have 10 seconds left.
Yes.
So.
We have 90 days to notify NCIRA and NSICOP, and the report to Parliament is tabled annually.
Sorry, my friend, but you didn't answer the question. How can you go to the court if you must keep it secret? You're breaking the law. Assuming
and again, you need 10K to contest.
So how can you issue a court challenge by also breaking the law?
If it can be done, if it can just be done at a whim. That's the worst part about how it's worded.
They don't tell you
when I
it's
went
10K
over,
and they don't have any safeguards.
I went over the Online Public Safety Act for the UK with Sorter on my channel, and we went over what the law said. I said specifically there are rules in place there. The way it's worded is as cryptic as shit. And the problem is, in a nutshell, okay, so if, and this is the if, it's not trust me, bro. This is straight. If you look at it from them, just give us the power, we can do something. Now, the problem itself is they don't have to run this past anybody. In the U.S., we do have FISA courts to do that. But they're like, oh, one day Sally could make a mean tweet and I'm going to take Sally's internet.
Yeah.
But that's the creepy part about it. Again, in
no
the
paper
US,
trail, no proof.
we have stuff against this. But, dear God, though, like...
And you're blacklisted, so even if you change provider, they'll say, "Oh no, we cannot provide you internet." And
I
like,
wake up
why?
one day. It's like you wake up one day, you go, "Hey, honey, we don't have cell phone or internet service. What happened?" No one has a fucking clue. That's just okay.
And you ask it, you're like, take it for your money, but we cannot provide you service anymore. You try someone else, oh, we cannot provide you service because you're on the blacklist.
What are you gonna do?
You didn't answer the question.
It's going to be
Plus,
like
you're doing it after the fact.
the person who
point?
wants to interact it can't even say what it is.
So you'd basically be relying on Bell and Rogers and Cogeco and the big telecom companies and big internet companies to have some backbone and say no. Well, we saw that backbone when the Emergencies Act was implemented, didn't we?
And also, if they don't comply, they get to pay a fine. That's, I believe, 50K per day if it's for a person, and I think it's 1 million if it's a corporation.
Well,
So
the problem with this,
they will comply. They are like, I'm not paying that much money.
As I said, the biggest issue with this type of thing is not the provision you think is the actual problem. The actual problem itself,
the power grab,
is it's worded in such a way. Multi, you're a threat to Canada. I can cut off your internet and you will not know what happened. You'll go, oh, it was just a weird outage. Go use your thing to call somebody and be like, oh.
Hopefully you got 10K in your pocket just to pay for
It's
the court hearing.
It's not just that.
It was a piece of cooked spaghetti. Because all the organizations that the government tapped and said, you need to do this and this and this and this, and the banks and all of this stuff, when the funds were seized, the banks just complied. There was no pushback. So no, Canadians don't have a lot of trust in this.
MP Gill for 5 minutes, please.
This is for being here today. My line of questioning is going to be on the freedom of speech and expression. The Canadian Constitution Foundation has raised concern about the civil liberties implications of Bill C-8, subclause 15.2. would give the minister the ability to make decisions to kick someone off the internet. So my question would be, what safeguards are in place to prevent the government from using cybersecurity as a pretext for silencing speech?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Certainly appreciate the importance of the subject raised. There are protections at the outset, during the use of the authority, and after the fact. So, for instance, the policy objective specifies the protection of the Canadian telecommunications system as the overarching scope of action. So individual speech has no bearing on the ability of Bell Canada or Rogers to maintain its network or the reliability of its services. That just has no relation there.
Word salad. Again, the question was, can it be based on speech? And yes, it can be based on speech. If the minister in charge of communication doesn't like what you said, you're just shut off of the internet. But that guy pretend it's not really a thing and word has nothing to do with it.
So, okay, the biggest thing here is it's not. Yeah, the funny part about the way your government works, I've seen others. It's not crazy as it is, as much as here, when a person comes before Congress or something like that, or Senate committees, congressional committees, they're usually coached really, really well, where they can. These people. The problem is, it's okay. It's like the Islamic Muslim lady. She was like, oh, blindsided and got emotional. I mean, it's probably a good thing you don't have to deal with it, because here, if you ever saw any of our actual hearings like this, you'd be like, that sounds like word salad, not stuff said.
To be honest, I like our committee here in Canada because I feel like they bring very different set of ideas and very different people. I think that's a very good asset. But my big issue is how easy I can spot on which side they come from. And I'm like, that guy, Andre Arbor, is clearly a guy that was brought up by the Liberals that probably support that power grab law, just like the other Muslim girl.
But don't you have more positions that are... Arguably, you have more positions that I would say are just appointed positions.
Basically, they are, but not in committee necessarily.
No, not in committee. No, you have sections of your government. Largely, they're just appointed. Like in the U.S., we have... Our federal government has lifetime appointments or until someone retires, right? So let's say like Obama and Biden both staffed the DOJ with people similar to how they wanted stuff done. Now, we've been dealing with those people for a decade. We can't impeach them. We have to live with them. But if you have a bureaucratic body which can just be given power, you don't trust it. That's the difference with U.S. Americans, we don't trust. Like, if you just give unblanket power to somebody, like this guy is like, oh, I have no idea. See, you put that into legislation, and no one has a fucking clue.
Well, it's a witness. He's not the one that made that law. He's a witness.
No, he's a witness.
Yeah.
But what position does he hold? Does he work with the department going to enforce it? He's a witness on part of them.
I don't know that much detail, but so what's going on is when we have committee like that, the Liberal, they will have a list of people, or they will search to find people. Like usually they will try to find like journalists, they will try to find like lawyer, they will try to find people from different backgrounds, and
oh, so they bring in witnesses to testify versus the actual people.
yeah, and sometimes they do bring up some of the people in charge of making some suggestion, or like they have a roster of people, and sometimes they will bring on like someone that studied in XYZ. And the conservative, they will do the same thing. They will try to find someone, and they will just invite, like, for each, depending on the portion of the government. Like right now the opposition is quite strong, so that means they will have almost as many different witness than the government. So like the balance is there, is as much as the government in place is not a majority, there's diversity in the kind of witness they will try to
if
find.
you're bringing in, there's occasional times before Congress, you'll see someone brought in to speak on behalf, but they're usually a tenured professor or someone who's
Sometimes we have that. Like, I will give you a good example. In I've seen a committee on bail reform, and the liberals, that was clearly them, they invited some scholar that studied like 10 years the criminal system, and that
and
had
they
like,
teach or they work in the department.
yeah, and like they brought her in, and she was defending bail reform and what we had in with Trudeau. And anyway, that's the kind of witness they bring in. Like, depending on how many committee there is, liberals will pick a witness, conservative will pick a witness, and during the same day they can end up, depending how long they have in committee, they can have like 5 conservative witness and 5 liberal witness. Or in other cases, because Bloc still has party status, Bloc can have witness of their own, but they won't have as many witness as the liberal in the conservative, because the Bloc is just one of the parties in the opposition. And when the NDP had party status, they'd also bring in witness of their own.
So, like, this guy, like, he has no. The problem is they bring these people in, and some of the ones I've seen, they don't. He's looking at notes, but he's like, "Oh, but we'll have to consult." It's what's scary is, and I say this, it's not just if they're doing it or there are other witnesses. Like, some will be emotional. What I don't get is, I guess I should say I'm surprised that your system mirrors a mini version of ours. But the problem is a lot of bills get tabled here. They don't clear committees or enough backing to sponsors to hit the floor for the most of the reasons of it just doesn't sound credible. Where if usually when, let's say, someone's trying to make a law in the US, such as this provision, they would have a guideline or have a reason why they want this guideline to be in place. These people seem to not understand how it would be enforced.
Well, I will tell you this. It's in purpose, because the point of bringing witness is to highlight the weakness or the strength of a law, and usually they know things about that field, but they don't table law. It's really like right now, C8 is really a liberal law, because they're the government. Like, how it goes is the government, they table bills, and they are discussed in committee after first reading. If it passes first reading, it goes to second reading, and vice versa. And again, it's a liberal that came up with that law, and now they try to pick it apart, or they try to defend it with the witness, or again tear it apart in some cases. But here it's one of the liberal defenders, so his notes is like in the vein that I need to make sure I don't sink that law. And that's why also the previous committee we had with the Muslim girl, that was hilarious because she was clearly a someone that was brought in by the liberal, and yet she kind of went like against the liberal like in that bill. Like what I assume is she thought that law was created by the conservative, and that's why she was so much against it. That's the best guess I got, but
I mean, you get what I'm saying with like some of these people. They're like, you need to at least they were part of a consulting or something to a degree.
There's further precision that the use of the authority needs to be reasonable to the gravity of the nature of the threat that you're trying to combat. And there are criteria established by the Supreme Court in over many decades, but including in the 2019 Vavilov decision that specifies what reasonableness will be. There's other oversight and reporting requirements, including to NCIRA and SACOP, and then finally to Parliament.
What's SACOP?
Well, it seems that if this legislation is passed within its current form, unamended, we are going to be giving the Minister of Industry the sweeping power with virtually no checks or balances. In theory, the minister could wake up one morning, as one of my other colleagues referred, and not be impressed by a post on social media going further to basically that it says it poses a threat to our telecommunications services. Without a warrant, without a trial, without any automatic judicial review, the minister could compel Rogers or TELUS to go and seek these people's private data. So what do you have to say about that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Would note the scoping mechanisms that limit any action with respect to the disconnection of services.
You reminds me of Mark Carney
about personal data. So, first, the scoping applies to those considerations as well. So again, like the personal data or browsing history of individual Canadians are not germane to the underlying maintenance or reliability of the telecommunications infrastructure in question. There is a further amendment that was adopted when the bill was C-26 that for greater certainty explicitly prohibits the use. This was already prohibited, but it adds just an extra level of clarity that the order-making powers cannot be used to intercept private communications.
So what measures could be put in place to ensure that this isn't misused or worse, turned into a political tool for the Liberal government against people or organizations that they disagree with?
Well, and this begs the question. We've already done a video on this. We've looked at C8. There are concerning parts about it. And he can, this all sounds like, just trust us. You have the opinion that, well, someone's, private browsing or private activity on the internet is not germane to the maintenance of the telecommunications network. Well, what if the minister decides it is? This is the question. Because as written, it would allow them to do that.
That's
you
true.
can say, well, that's not relevant. But what if the minister decides it is? And this is the whole problem with this process. And again, every bill is a process. So the process here is the minister gets to make the decision. You know what? I need to make this decision. And then he goes and says to the telecom companies, you have to go and do this. And by the way, it's secret. So the telecom communication has to go and do it. Somebody's internet service is cut off. They're like, well, what's going on? And the telecommunications company isn't allowed to tell them. That would be an interesting explanation from, company to customer. And then let's say NCIRA reviews it and says, oh, you shouldn't have done that. Great. Who gets to know that? NCIRA. That's it. Nobody else gets to know. Because it's all done after the fact. So the person whose internet service was cut off, they don't even know that it was the government, potentially. So they don't even know how to actually, move on from that. Do they do a court challenge? How do you do a court challenge for something you don't know where it came from? This is why there has to be safeguards for these decisions. And it needs to be written and spelled out clearly in the bill. The U.S. does not have the ability to cut somebody off from the internet because it's not necessary. If you're concerned about
we just arrest the person,
potential
but we
cyber
also have
threats,
monitoring.
You are more concerned about the network as a whole and being able to shut down and limit traffic going from one part of the network to another. That's why it's more broad.
And again, I will repeat myself. Why would the government meddle with it? Why would they want to empower themselves with that? I smell China here, and I don't like that smell, to be honest. I don't like communists. I think communists are
I don't think it's China, though. That's what I don't think. I think it's the problem itself is you have to ask. The issue is it's a type of act that if it was worded that you had a legal protection, the problem is it's not in case they suspect. They just have to have a whiff of you.
Yeah. And boom. No more internet.
So yes, safeguards are needed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Maybe I would ultimately what the committee decides is the committee's prerogative, so I can't speak on behalf of the committee. I would note that the set of authorities that were introduced with the bill and that were adopted in the previous committee study that, again, add for protection both in the outset of the scoping. So the concerns that are raised are already prohibited within the scoping of the law currently. There are consultation requirements that allow for additional kind of oversight and consideration of the use of those powers. And then there are notification requirements and reporting requirements, including for the narrow confidential use of authorities that ensure oversight.
I have a final question. Multiple civil society groups have raised concern about federal governments trying to grant themselves the power of intrusion on our private lives and under the name of security. Have these organizations been genuinely consulted before the development of this bill?
You have about 15 seconds.
So the short answer is that yes, we received multiple submissions from civil liberties organizations, and I can say for sure that my team looked at them, studied them very carefully, and considered them very carefully, and including submissions that were made to the committee in the previous Parliament. We studied those very carefully.
Okay. What I get from that is, yes, we received submissions. We looked at them. We didn't necessarily take their feedback and put it into the writing of this. That's what I get from that.
How is it determined if the minister's decision under this powers is reasonable? Who determines if that's a reasonable thing that the minister has done?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. At the outset, first there is consultation on the rules, and we are required to take into consideration what those views are. And then there are notification and transparency requirements after the fact, and then ultimately all decisions of the minister are reviewable by the courts. And the telecom operators are not shy to go to the court. They are, well-resourced and frequently make use of that avenue.
I don't know if we need to give the government the ability to secretly ask for individual Canadians' data. I don't think that's necessary. Law enforcement can get that with a warrant. Government doesn't need that. The only thing the government should be able to do is to manage a crisis. Individual people causing individual problems with telecom networks, the governments don't need to get involved in. Why? Because the telecom networks are going to have that concern, and they're going to be dealing with it toot sweet. That's literally what their cybersecurity departments and the rest of their operational IT infrastructure and their team supporting it, that's what they do. That's what they do.
Socialists, they want centralized power, and this is one of them.
It's a way to get it.
It worked for them.
Yeah.
So I get it. The only thing that the government should be concerned about doing is managing large crises. So if they determine that we're being hit by a massive cyber attack, then they should be able to say, Bell, shut down the Northern Ontario network. Shaw or Rogers, shut down the, western corridor of the Western Canada network and route everything down through the southern corridor. Like, that's what they should be able to do. Nothing else. You don't need anything else. And for them to say, well, it's security. Yeah, this is always what we hear with extreme socialism. Surrender your rights so we can make you secure. Sorry. Do I think that it's a good idea to give the government some sort of power to shut down specific parts of the infrastructure? Sure. But it should be large areas. And it shouldn't be secret. And you must allow, secret or not, you must allow the telecom providers to be able to challenge it in court if appropriate.
And this is the end of today's stream. So, what do you have going on your end of the internet?
I don't know, more games next week. It looks I'm still planning on things. But all in all, I guess I would say I have things in the pipeline. But I was taking it easy for the last few. Probably more a newer game next week, but I do have a topic I want to get to.
Amazing.
But yes.
So Monday I will be talking about Bugonia, the new Emma Stone movie about alien and conspiracy and right-wing thing, and that's a very interesting movie that I really
That's a
like.
remake.
Oh, really? I'm surprised.
It's a remake of a Korean film.
Well, this is what I will be reviewing Monday. Tuesday,
or Japanese,
I will be talking about The Talented Mr. Ripley and another movie in 1999. I can't remember the title of that one. And next Saturday, because that's our day, we talk about question period again, Canadian politics, and probably another video, but I don't know if we will be covering 7. Or maybe we'll cover 7, but less time on these 7. I don't know, only time will tell. And this is it for now. Thank you a lot, Dragon. And we are out. I cannot wait for next Saturday to talk about politics once more.